Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our early start run with the unreleased DLC that will come out in 4 days on Thursday. And we'll be taking a longer look at it again today, probably. Set up our first settlement, which is providing the workers for the rail construction office, and some construction workers can also be picked up here. Seems to all be okay that way. It's a small settlement, a village. We have a logging industry that does not really make much money because the price for wood is quite low. It has dropped a lot since the early days, but maybe it will recover at some point. Quarried stone is steady, oil is steady. Iron price is dropping. Crops price is rising. We might have to do some farming. I don't know when sowing and harvesting season is. We could have a single field and export some crops with no farm whatsoever. Like I could place a single field and just make some crops and export them by truck. These could be things to do, I guess. I don't know. It would take them away from everything else, I guess. Also, the honking will never stop. Praise the honk. Is it still... I mean, it is some form of income. We could, like I said last time, increase our logging efforts. I could set up another couple logging camps on a storage and then transport the resources back. Do we have personal cars? Is the music a little bit too loud? Maybe. There we go. I made it a bit quieter. It was loud in my headphones, but maybe it was fine. There's no personal cars yet, so I guess we can't really give them 2 personal cars to drive to a logging camp. I'm wondering if I should like move all of this, set up a logging storage with 2 logging camps, drive a bus to it. A small vehicle to transport a couple workers, and then otherwise move the logs over to the sawmill. Probably partially into this storage. Alternatively, we can attach more logging storages to the storage over here, but I guess that could work quite well because we still have a lot of walking space left. I don't know. Probably over here. Extend our logging efforts. Make the sawmill run a little bit more. Maybe. Or look for different resources, like the coal mine. That is still open. want to have a house over here. And maybe over here. I might change the heat exchangers a little bit. Having one on this side. And one over here. It's a bit tricky because the distances are longer than 200 meters, and that could be a bit bad with the Siberia map. We could also use smaller heat exchangers and spread it out more, but the large heating pipes seem to retain a lot more heat on the Siberia map. Okay, that heating plant was completely out of temperature. They're still heating up to 24 degrees, so 15 degrees might be a little bit low. We'll use 18. Also still have to upgrade the footpaths. Yeah, that one you don't really need to build right now. I'm gonna cancel that. Not important at the moment. Neither is this side of the track. That can also be paused. Yeah. Just build the tracks next to the train depot. They're important. They have to be finished up. Oh my god. So much not worth the effort. Well, we did set up some construction offices here. Still need to replace the other ones and move them in. Get the fire station up. And then see if we can bring some personal cars with workers over here. We should have snowplows now. I don't know if I want another technical service for snowplows. They have such slow plowing speed. Hello Zardius, welcome. Republic is getting big really fast. It's year 3 and we still only have our village, but we're trying to move further. It's just going to be difficult. I mean, I need a settlement with a university. That's what it is. That one we have to plan. Working towards expansion. Making it work. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good Sunday. Okay, we're building the road with our own workers. No more foreign workers. Either they migrate in and work for us, or they don't. We do not have any 21-year-olds without their own flats, so there should still be space for more people to move in into free flats. We have 24 free flats still left. Not a huge amount, but it's something. I like the look of your village, especially how the rail going through the city looks really realistic. Yeah, thank you. I agree. Ah, there's another track that they're not supposed to build. They're really building everything else but the stuff they're not supposed to. Okay, that one you can build. Then to the warehouse. There's more room for more houses over here. We can surely make that a thing. The rise of crime is a problem. I will have to build a police station and then at some point deal with the issue. Okay. Let's try the footpath leading to the sawmill. Which also leads to the logging camps. Can I try and drive through the gravel unloading station? What if it doesn't stop there? Didn't know that. What? That's not a gravel unloading station, that's the refueling station. For the steam trains. I don't have a gravel unloading station yet. But it should also be able to drive through a gravel unloading station because it's an open building. Only buildings that are fully enclosed, like a steel mill or a depot, it can't drive through, I think. It's gonna be so difficult supplying everything to a settlement over here. It's also gonna be expensive to build. I think the main core will be around this area. We'll probably set up a large heat exchanger. I might... Sure, I guess we'll make it possible to also have a house over there. Okay. And then later on we can extend heating to the other side and consider either one more large heat exchanger or several small ones. The problem with this large heat exchanger is that this house might be too far away. 375 meters is way too far to provide adequate heating for the houses, I think. I don't know, it might work. Maybe they changed the behavior of heat exchangers on Siberia. Maybe it works better now. So we'd have like a core of the city. Walking distances would reach quite far if we had a bus stop for here. Hello, Angry Shrimp. I'm feeling the same as yesterday, but I popped a painkiller and that helped. For now. So I guess it is better because of that. The honking. Hope you're doing well too. Okay, 3 more vehicles. Let's get an excavator over there, another dump truck. Let's get 2 more dump trucks over. What do you mean unreachable? Well, at least it's not worse, yeah. Might just take a couple days, maybe. Okay. Guess we need a road connecting over here for now. Okay. Set everything else up over here. Move the construction vehicles over. The construction office for personal cars will still remain here, I think. I'll move that one closer to the bus stop. It will make more sense. Move the temporary demolition office away from that site because I might set up more logging. Since we already invested into it, I don't know how deep the price could drop. I just feel like we could invest easily into some more logging and it would probably still be profitable. Okay, I guess we'll move the other construction vehicles over too. I don't think well, yeah, makes sense. We have our own construction offices over here anyway, the two smaller ones that can deal with the footpaths. I guess I need a temporary one, or at least like an excavator to deal with the footpaths. So maybe one of the excavators should stay here. Or I just buy another one. I'll use one of them. Save some money. So this could be an area for logging and then moving it by truck to the sawmill. We do have logging trucks that aren't the worst. They can carry quite a bit. 8 tons. It would be best to have them directly connected to the sawmill, but I did not plan for that. T-junction is usually not a good idea, but this is... It's going to be a large, but not very dense city, I think. The highest density should be in this area with the heat exchanger. I might even move that one back to the center, and we might put another heat exchanger over here. Okay, pre-construction office for workers, I guess. It is on auto assignment. Hello, Sancho. New DLC is coming on Thursday, but streamers have access to it already. So it's not quite out yet. I must start streaming again, apparently. Though I'm not sure if you would be able to get the DLC on short notice. But you can always try. Probably a bus stop here and here. Bus platform could be over here. Like I said, it's Siberia. I shouldn't be making too much considerations for a nice low density city that then runs into the issue with insufficient heating, but I still kind of want to. Yeah, that's fine. 300 meters. Gets us quite far. If we want to build something here, we can put another bus platform over there. Hello, Yeflin. Yeah, workers and captain of industry. There's so much more. There's a lot of stuff right now. Clan Folk if you enjoy that. Had a DLC. Oh, I had a new patch with new content as well. And I really enjoyed that too. It's just a lot of things right now. I don't have a lot of heating from that heating plant. I mean, we can still set up smaller heating plants in the city. Like, I can put a small heating plant here and run a little bit of extension of the city. But I think the large heating plant should be further away. I started update 3 for Captain. It's a good choice. Our alcohol addiction is at 86% and people are quite happy. Which is cool. Huh. I don't know why, but when I go to the residential tab, this text becomes grayed out for some reason. Well, time to take more notes, I guess. Yeah, like that. Suddenly these numbers become grayed out. Bit odd. Hello Zorgim, honk, welcome. There you go, even the game honked at you. I think I will build a medical university. You start with an empty map? Yes, we started with Siberia empty map. This is empty map Siberia from the Biomes DLC. I really should go with the party HQ, just so I can get distribution offices and stuff like that. But I'm feeling medical university on Siberia map. Lots of things to help with the health. Plus, we're gonna focus heavily on providing alcohol to the people, I think. So I kind of want to try that. Did I? Yes. No citizens. Need to move the personal car back. I don't want them to start building stuff over there. They shouldn't automatically construct things. So I guess I'll make a construction office where the cars are inside, the personal cars, but set it where they are not allowed to build buildings. Yeah, don't want them to build this on their own. So the workers can help. Anything that is in the building. Pipelines, wires, roads, footpaths, etc. is fine. But not buildings. So I don't have to micromanage the workers on the construction location. And the same, I guess, could be true for this one. Anything but buildings. No heating plant. Yep, that should work fine. That way I don't have to worry too much. Medical University, you want to research temperature tolerance? Yes, that plus alcohol. Better alcohol quality. Because I think I'm gonna rely heavily on alcohol for happiness. I want to try that, see how good it goes. Productivity isn't too bad. Lifespan is fine. Oh, highly educated went down a bit. I'm also micromanaging exactly how many highly educated people I want in the city. This settlement has highly educated people disabled except for 20 highly educated people in here. So once we have that medical university and they produce a lot of highly educated people, Gugozhny will only have at most 20 university educated citizens in its small town slash village configuration. So I want to try and fine control how many highly educated people we have in each settlement that way. Bugugodonsk. I don't know if I can say that reliably on stream. Bugugodonsk. Probably. I just need to practice. Hello, Lopo. Welcome. Thank you. No, I'm not. But as long as I'm not moving too much, it's fine. I popped a painkiller and that seemed to have helped. As long as I'm not moving. For however long we will see. The honks will keep me company. Yeah, I assume maybe tomorrow. Didn't get worse today, so I assume it might be over the hump. And maybe tomorrow it's gonna be much better. Some form of recovery would be nice. But we'll see. I am going to the doctor tomorrow for something else. So who knows. Some open trucks wouldn't make sense in here. I need another group of trucks that I can assign to a construction office like that. And then we can use the previous trucks that were hauling resources from the sawmill to the border. They can now work as construction vehicles. Surprised you're able to game when sick. Can't stand the PC glare. I'm like 15 years younger than you. Well, I use a software called Flux, which redshifts the monitor color down when it's dark outside or something. And that makes it bearable. Usually, well, okay. Maybe this is a bad example because it's still glaring white at me. But yeah, I don't mind it too much, I guess. Also sitting upright, I like that more. I'm okay with that. I don't know if I can foot past people, let them walk to a logging camp over here. It should be doable. 2 logging camps with a open storage small in between them. I do need electricity. Nah, would be annoying. Oh my god, the honking. Got a friend who got gamer glasses with yellow tinted glass. Yeah, that could help too, I think. There should be more concrete mixer trucks. I guess they're not helping at the moment. They are not. Yeah, if I assign those construction offices, they would build up the building completely. I guess I just need more concrete trucks here to help with the resource deliveries. Oh, 1-ton trucks now. Oof. I'm of the opinion that if gaming causes any physical discomfort, it's time to stop. It's not a healthy hobby to begin with. Yeah. Using it as a distraction works. Inhaling particles from the smokestacks again. Sorry to hear you're unwell. Yeah, it's fine, thank you. So people have need electronic at the 1930s start or other electronics later in the 60s. You can provide them with electronics, but they are not complaining as much. Currently no one's complaining about missing electronics. I'm not selling any electronics, so electronic demand is significantly reduced, if not completely deactivated. It should enable in full in 1960. I'm not sure if it's a gradual increase or if at some point it flips on. I'm not sure. Yeah, that'll work. they have enough excavators, they can get everything done. It's fine. And more concrete trucks will help too. I will probably run a single train that unloads like food and alcohol and other things into a warehouse and travels back and forth from the customs house through different stops along the way. So I don't need a distribution office just yet, but it would still be nice to have one rather sooner rather than later. The rail line would move along the road. That's gonna be a messy train track. I don't know. Maybe I can do something with wooden bridges. It would look quite ugly though. Oh yeah, there's no wooden train bridges. Right. We don't have that. I guess we'll do that. Have a bridge here. Just because. Some asymmetric bridge setup a bit. I don't know if that's gonna look good, but I assume it will. And I guess the trains can be built for now, like we can start laying out the other tracks once all of this has been built to completion. 7 days. I guess that's the last work to be done. The rest seems to be done here too, as well. Missing boards. Who's bringing boards to you? Oh, we don't have any boards because this train is eating up everything. Yeah, you know what? I guess I'll run it on demand. We don't need to have this train parked outside right now. We can just send it occasionally whenever we notice that the storage is full. Takes a while anyway. How does upgrading from wood rail to concrete work? You just drag a concrete track over the wooden track and they just replace the wooden ties with concrete ties. You don't have to pay for the steel again. So it's like upgrading concrete track to electric track. It works well. Germany got rinsed in Eurovision? Okay. It's not flattening it. Nope. Bulldozer tool, very dangerous. Yeah, it doesn't like flattening this. I don't want to go over the hill and then back down. I want a train track to cut through this if possible. Oh, it's so bright. So much snow, yeah. 'Tis a bit much. Okay, train tracks being built. Customs house should be fine that way. Yeah. I guess we'll build the stuff over here too. Okay, fire station is ready. There's a better fire truck available now. I guess I'll move one of the other fire trucks over and put a better fire truck in here. Just in case. And then when we build buildings up, we have to send workers to the fire station to make sure it's protected while we work on it. Don't have to do that just yet. We'll build most buildings up to the point where they only need workers and some road cranes to finish construction. And then we can maybe bring the road cranes into the construction office right here. Still need to set up a gas station. I don't want to use these modern ones. Maybe I should wait. I think they want to... Yeah, I'll wait. I think they want to release older gas stations. So I'll just stick with like the free ones, and then if and when there's an update I can build the old school ones at that point. Not looking great for our money. Not looking great at all. We could set up the clothing factory next to the heating plant, but like I said, with the amount of buses we have and their carry capacity, running a clothing factory, I might be fine, but 30 workers per bus. I don't know. We might just have a clothing factory inside the settlement. Or like up here, so they can walk to it. this one can hold 145 workers. That seems quite low. I guess it matches with the other houses. Takes up a lot of space. I'd have to bring power here. Above ground power line off of that switch along the train tracks. Or road into another switch. Probably just a three-way switch, and there would be a single power line going across here. If at some point we want to go over a hill, like have a road or track going onto a hill, building up there, that seems quite a lot to do. Like quite a lot to do. I think I'll just set up a switch over here for now. Do have to keep in mind the train tracks. Yeah, that should be fine. Water, sewage, electricity. Still have to draw the high voltage wire. Can't put a power line in the middle of the road there, so I'll just use an underground wire. It'll be fine. I'll have to run a bus route to the heating plant. Make sure that there's enough workers in it. But like one of those 30 capacity buses would be enough to make sure that if we can load the bus full of workers, it would always have enough workers to unload and keep the heating plant full, and when it returns to the bus stop it could unload excess workers back into the settlement. In the end, I'm probably going to try and run a train to export coal from here, I think. It's also a bit awkward where I place this, because how is the train line going to run through this now? No, that seems... Is that... Should I do that? It would look kind of cool. If it works. Oh, it's because of the road. Right. Let's fix that. We can make that work. There we go. Oh, it really cares about that. Okay. Well, then I guess we'll move that a little bit further away. Give it some space. Sure. Train running through the power setup here. Nothing can go wrong, it'll be fine. No, I should use one of the more leftmost connections, because I need a couple connections going out to the right side here, and I don't want to lock myself off already. So 2 going down. Actually, I probably only need 1 going down this way. I guess I'll have 2. It's fine. In any case, we can set up another switch with another high transformer if we need more. It'll be fine. Oh, there we go. It is okay with terraforming that. Very nice. Not that though. Not that yet. Can we get it to terraform that somehow? Oh yeah. There we go. Maybe a bit close to the road. But at least it lets us terraform now. Okay, I guess that's gonna be our train track with a warehouse over here connected with train tracks for unloading citizen goods inside. As an option. A single warehouse should be sufficient. And it can be on the incoming train track, so when a supply train drives around here, runs on the right lane, they can always go through this building, and if it's a supply train, it would stop. Or I give it a dedicated track, but the supply train is probably going to be so long that it would be like backed up on the main line anyway, and I don't see the situation where I'm going to have a dedicated track for it. So I think that's what I will do. It really likes snapping to the other item first, which makes sense, but I don't want that right now. I want to have another train track go past here. Crossing not allowed. I'll be fine. There we go. And oh, this one isn't connected. Wait. Did it break? Was the icon just missing? Now it's working. Maybe this somehow connected to that one as well, but now it should work hopefully. Make other side before connecting them. Hello, tell him Grandmaster. Yes. Thank you. So we would bring supplies here by train and not by truck, which is probably a good idea with 7 months of snow and pretty poor snow plows. We would only need one direction of travel right now. Only need one track to make it over here to send a train. Yeah, we can use this switch to our advantage once we have assembled a supply train. It would always wait until unloaded for food, and we just set the other resources to the amount we need, but food is the most important part of it. Then I guess I definitely need a distribution office up there to run the supplies for this settlement. Unless I want to have the shopping center directly connected to the warehouse for the train. Which I don't think is going to happen. Guess the train can run for a bit. We do have a wood storage up there that we should be able to take wood from. And the rail construction office was having a bit of an issue with the wood supply, but it should now be better. And we'll start building the train tracks up this way, but only a single line for now. The other one has been planned. The line going directly into the warehouse. In the future, the train can also turn around at the warehouse directly, going in and then going back and having a switch over back to the other lane would allow it to turn around, theoretically. Like, I could run a grocer and a small store directly off of the warehouse, if I wanted to. Would make it quite convenient, theoretically. It's a little bit of an issue with, like, I didn't flatten everything, so I have to deal with the elevation. We could also set up a small shopping center. Well, that's a really small shopping center. For 100 people, that's enormous. Okay, it's not as large as the grocer. But it would allow us to sell food, clothing and meat out of the same store. What about train deliveries for meat? I haven't tried yet to see if you could unload meat at a warehouse train station. I don't think it works. If I just hook up like a meat storage over here, I don't think it would unload. If it could, it would be perfect. But I think I might have to set up another storage in front of it. That kind of defeats the purpose. Because setting up like one of these and hooking up a warehouse and a refrigerated storage up to it. I mean, it would be nice. Guess we can try it at some point. Oh my god, so much money lost. It's a slow bleed for the Republic. Hello, Just Weasel. Welcome. Okay, the gravel deliveries are lagging behind quite badly. I could send them back to the customs house, I guess. Bricks we've also used up completely. I guess we'll do that. I'll make them pick up resources elsewhere. So you got early access. Hello Zedalia. Welcome. Yes, I do. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Alright, thus far. Suppose I might have an email to write now. Yeah. I hope it works out. Yeah, we're gonna let the trucks drive to the customs house, I guess. We don't have high volume trucks yet where this works that well. I mean, it did help with preparing everything. But the resources ran out so quickly and then the supply couldn't really keep up anymore. Maybe we need to set up a train station for the resources too. Maybe I should set up a train station for the construction materials first thing. I mean, we would still have to build all the train track all the way over here. Is there a big multi-purpose train station? There is. The general cargo train stations. We could build one of these and hook up the warehouse to it and the resource delivery. I wanted to use the new warehouses though. But we might have to select one of these instead. This one. Yeah, this is probably better. Hook up the warehouse, the refrigerated storage, and the resource storages to this. Fix the vehicle availability graph, was it still only from 1950? There was no update, it's still only 1950 as far as I know. Yeah, that cargo train station takes up a lot of space. I'm not sure about that. I would like to make it work with the other options. Oh my god, 2,500 citizens platform. Neat. Out of coal, what? Excuse me? What do you mean coal deliveries aren't fast enough? Is the first settlement already struggling with like coal supply from the customs house by distribution office? That's not good. I guess it was handling the gravel. It's also handling the gravel for the rail construction office. So yeah, I guess the low capacity it's causing issues. I guess we'll get 3 vehicles to bring gravel to the rail construction office. Because the heating plant coal supply has a little bit more importance than the gravel for the rail construction. That settlement we're planning right now, it needs more. I might put in a dedicated line off of this to have like construction materials delivered next to it. If I'm gonna get rid of these. Yeah, I don't want to build the cargo train station. I think it takes up too much space. I would like to stick with the warehouse and see if we can make that work. I might try that in a separate instance to see if when you hook up a refrigerated storage here, if that counts or not. I don't think it does. But it is still citizen goods, it might. And if it works, then I guess we could also set up construction material storage like on the downward slope before everything crosses the water. I mean, I need that construction material storage kind of right now, so we can like run materials up here and make the construction happen at a more reasonable pace. I don't think that's possible right now, though. I'll assign the gravel to be picked up from the customs house. Like, I need construction materials, I need gravel. Need a few things. Interesting. I copied the sources to this building, and it did not override the unassigned worker assignment. It kept that one. So it only overrides things that are set to something. Good to know. I think I should get rid of these bridges and fill in the terrain. No one would build a bridge like that. They would just pile on dirt. Makes more sense. I mean, some people might build a bridge like that. Especially if it's maybe not stable enough to pile on the dirt, but yeah. We'll build it like that. It's fine. Our highest import forever, steel, then fuel, then gravel. We could take care of gravel, can't really take care of fuel. But we can try and switch off of fuel by employing more trains that run on coal. We did see that coal was available next to Bugodonsk, and we will probably run a coal mine over here with a single coal ore processing plant, use that for heating, maybe power production. The power plant might be across the river or like body of water, and then we could run a passenger train across. I guess that might be overkill because a power plant doesn't need that many workers. We would save fuel if we didn't have to import so much gravel. Well, that is a good point. If we set up basic gravel processing for the production over here. Also, this looks like we could build a road up here. And then build something on top. We're going to run workers to the fire station anyway. So I guess we could set up a gravel processing plant in the area too. We should be able to get gravel from this mountain. I just have to flatten a little bit of space to get access to it. The gravel quarry itself can be run by an excavator, and we need 1 or 2 workers inside the quarry. This doesn't have an input connection, so we can't use a factory, like a conveyor connection with that. It would allow me to flatten up here, but getting a road hooked up to that seems kinda dubious. It will need power once we want to use the internal fuel pump. It's not going to make a lot of gravel because we don't have any large dump trucks to carry gravel, that much gravel, but it's going to make some gravel, and I guess making it locally and only having to bring a few workers here is probably okay. It will produce a gravel, but it's gonna be the best gravel we have ever produced. So I need a lot of smaller buses now to bring enough people over to run the fire station already. Still no personal cars. Well, I can go 55 kilometers an hour. It even has curtains. I mean, what more could you need? The workers I'm gonna bring over here will also help with the construction of the buildings, I guess. I would like to pause the construction of the heating plant though. Don't want to risk that one burning down. It feels like we're more than 3 kilometers away, but I guess it's because everything is so slow and we're not that far away from the current repair station. How are you liking the DLC so far? It's honking good. You can always hear the honking of the Russell bolts, no matter how far away you are. I like it. It gives you a new perspective on things. Like right now I'm losing my mind over how am I going to get the supplies to the next city. That's only like 3 kilometers away from the customs house. And I'm not even making a profit yet. And we're still losing money. And the wood exports aren't bringing in enough, and it's just all a nightmare. The game has decided that, oh, you're trying to do wood exports? Well, let me show you that that is not something you should be doing right now. I don't think anything has increased in price yet. So I'm not sure where the profits would be. I'm thinking coal, but even that one is dropping. And crops are gonna be a nightmare too. Rather low wood price, yeah. Tis normal. So we're gonna try and set up yeah, gravel production locally rather than carrying it by vehicle. And these buses are gonna be not slow. I'm gonna keep the fire station occupied and help build up the quarry and the gravel processing. I'll pause the heating plant. I can also keep it being built, but just disable the workers outside of a construction office. But pausing it would unassign other construction offices so they can do something else. Well, at least the train track's getting built. Slowly. It's gonna be very expensive, but at least the trains are gonna be cheap to run on that track. Right now we're out of boards because of how this is set up. Top speed on those cars isn't that bad actually. I think I've been accustomed to very early start modded vehicles. Yeah, the Roosevelt can go 31 kilometers an hour, but previously they were 20 at some point. They just upped an amount. I'm not sure why. Good morning. How's the new DLC going so for you? It's going well. It's a bit stressful with like figuring out how to set up the resource supply to an area that's only 3 kilometers away from the border. But other than that, we're doing fine. Transporting gravel here for construction is a nightmare, so we're setting up our own gravel production so that building the city might be a bit easier. Hopefully. I'm gonna employ the maintenance officers too. They can help with building things over here. Brick factory industry. Brick factory, we would have to set up a coal mine and coal processing. For quick exporting, you could always export quarried stone. Yes, I could set up a stone quarry next to the border and export it. Especially now with the traffic optimized customs houses, that would be not that bad. But quarried stone also didn't look good. Maybe it's changing now. Oh, it's increasing. Since we already have the train line, I could set up a gravel quarry and produce for a train to export. Hook it up to the same loop here. Main import, pretty much fuel. Steel for construction, otherwise fuel. I don't want to. I guess I have to go around and see if there's any oil nearby. But I don't think Siberia map had any oil next to a customs house easily accessible. So I think that'll fall flat. So this is on the official Tundra map, I presume? It's on the Siberia map, yeah. From the Biomes DLC. We can't really make that much gravel. Because we can't use conveyors to feed the quarried stone into the gravel processing. That is locked behind a technology that needs modern industry, and we don't have that yet. So making quarried stone is not as profitable probably as you think it would be. Modern industry. 1958. Then we can get better gravel processing. Until then we're stuck with slow scale, non-input factory connection gravel processing. And we'd have to feed with trucks into that. Okay, almost done with the quarry. Still need power, of course, but only for refueling the vehicle. We could also set up a free gas station, which we probably should anyway, because there's going to be trucks running around in this circle. How goes 34 kilometers an hour, Landia? Slow, but it works. Hello. Restburgers, welcome. Can't believe we actually have some people in the fire station. I probably need 2, maybe 4 more buses though, for when winter hits. Also, we're not sending that many people to the bus stop. We don't have that many workers available right now. I don't know, like... I could think about setting up a clothing factory here to get like a steady supply of like some profit going. Because the wood profits aren't cutting it. But that would need a lot of extra workers. Oh boy. Yep. A bit bad, but I try. So gravel mine with conveyor belt connection in the game. We do have an outgoing. Well, no, the outgoing one is also locked behind modern industry. So both are unavailable. No incoming connection for the processing plant, only outgoing ones. And the small gravel quarry does not have a conveyor. So we're stuck with that until 1958. The game comes with that normally. But yeah, like I said, early start you don't have that. heating plant at 100%. Maybe I could set up the clothing factory here too. And run it with a few extra workers that I can drive here by bus. I have to do something. I think that's profitable, and the clothing factory normally is my go-to, which might not work anymore, but I want to give it a try. So I guess we'll try that too. Put a clothing factory here, set it up, run it, increase the amount of workers in Gukhoshny that we're going to bring over there, and then pad it out with workers from the new settlement that I can't pronounce. Those are barracks. Like, those are proper barracks. I don't know what they'll look like, but they're definitely not going to be space efficient. Take up a lot of space. That's another 40 workers. It's not a lot. It's also 240 meters away from the heating plant, so hopefully these houses aren't going to be freezingly cold. It's going to be a bit of a test, see if the heating works fine. If we're getting further away from the heating on Siberia map. Or if it's going to be a problem. I feel like I need to set up train stations for passengers. Maybe not for this village. I could probably run a bus route to a train station over here for citizens, which we could set up behind the resources. I don't know. I mean, the citizens train station could also be somewhere in the settlement and then make its way back to the regular train tracks. This might be a mistake with the warehouse, but yeah, I want to try it. Having that directly on the train track. I don't think I'm gonna rely on passenger transportation by train too much. It's mostly always going to be like relegated to its own area. Kukoshny will send citizens to the next city over by probably bus. If they want like an attraction demand fulfilled. Something like that. How much loan can I take out? 2.3 million. It's more than we started with, but going into debt on Siberia with early start, that might not be a wise idea. Well, there's the quarry. I should have spare dump trucks available. Well, right now I guess they're all busy, because they're all driving to the customs house trying to get the gravel for construction tasks. Once the processing plant is in place, I'll take 3 probably to run a route here and get the gravel going locally. Hello Dragster, welcome. How's the New Republic shaping up? Very much out of money. So we're switching over to try and set up a clothing factory next to our next settlement. And increasing the amount of population living here by a bit. Squeezing more efficiency out of the existing infrastructure that we have. Bringing more people to live closer to the heating plant and hopefully enjoying it. Just like we always wanted. Now that we have road cranes, construction for buildings is finally happening at an acceptable pace, even if we have very few workers for it. And that's nice to see. Is that train building the first track? We're building one track up this road, yeah. I'm tempted to squeeze in more houses right next to the heating plant. I also was supposed to build more footpaths. Ah, you know what? Just get some more dumpers. Like, if we're going by the ones that are currently available time-wise, we would have one that can carry 1.2 tons. The Roosevelt at least can carry 5 tons. And they're honking a lot. Is there a rule about when I should build a court and prison? For example, how many citizens should I have? There's not really a rule. The effect of crime is reduced up until, I think, 10,000 citizens. But you're still accumulating criminals while the effect is reduced. So right now, over here we have a lot of crime happening and criminality is already at 2%, but we're not noticing a lot of negative influence on the happiness because of it. But that's just going to keep going up and up based on our population count. I usually try and get like a courthouse and a police station going before I reach 1,000 citizens to try and get that under control before it spirals out of control. Is my usual go-to in that case. Almost done, 41 days for the processing plant. The vehicles are ready. I'm not going to set them to wait until loaded. Make sure that if the excavator needs to leave or there's like a repair truck arriving, the route doesn't bog down. Hopefully. And we still need power, meaning we need the electric substation to become active. Water and sewage, not as important. And the clothing factory, well, we would bring... I mean, in the future we could bring fabric to the warehouse and then take the fabric, bring it to the clothing factory and transport clothing for export back if we want to. The clothing factory would also be our supply hub for clothing for the current 2 settlements that we're planning. I want a different settlement name. Bugugodonsk. I'll have to learn it. No power yet. No reason to run this route yet, I guess. Just gotta wait for the substation. And the substation should therefore have higher priority. Also that high voltage wire. We have no power. Oh, I haven't drawn the other wire yet. Now that the power line is in place, I guess I can bring the other wire over here. Guess that would be a power line. And they can build that with road cranes. Groundwork, excavator, construction of the power line with a road crane goes very quick. Lack of excavators here is a bit concerning. Oh. There's 2 excavators in the demolition office. That is not helpful. Will also explain why we don't have a lot of workers making their way up here, because construction office has just been driving back and forth between the new construction sites and the bus stop, taking all the workers away from it, finishing the groundworks for these houses. Cost of gravel import-wise is 4th, half the price of our fuel cost. Coal is much cheaper than that, so far. And gravel price seems to be going up, so yeah, that probably was the better idea. We can run that as a domestic supply for gravel and maybe even export it a little bit. But yeah, I think this is not going to be a good connection for export. Oh, the water supply of the city is also probably not going to happen that well via trucks. So we will have to set up a water purification plant. It's not going to be too difficult, we can still run trucks, but yeah, water supply from the city with only 5 tons instead of 10. And 30 kilometers an hour. The city will need its own water purification from a water well. Can all be compacted into a small area, so it's not going to be too much of a space concern, just something we will have to have. So like water purification, a water well, a pump into the water purification, and a technical service for the water trucks next to it. New house. Thought by now we would have had 21-year-olds without their own flat, but apparently not yet. Population is going up though. We're running quite a while without any extra houses. In the beginning we had a lot of escapes and now some deaths. Let's see how these houses will fare in regards to heating. If they refresh often enough or if they have problems with internal temperature. Can you see what the citizens died of? No, not that I know. Just that they died and escaped. We can see that our health is fairly stable. It's not super high, like 90 would be no issues, but we are building our houses quite close to a heating plant, so we're not expected to have very high health. These houses have better health than this one. 75 years life expectancy and 76. Versus 79, although I thought this one would be closer to the heating plant and have a few more ill effects from that. This one's already like flickering down. It's still holding at 24, but the thermometer was looking like it was thinking about dropping. Got any trains going or just rail builder? I have a train that occasionally runs port exports. That is something we're doing on demand. What is the quality of flat here? Low quality roll flats. Wait, that's not what it said. Oh, it is what it said. I guess this is the low quality flat equivalent. 60% for those. Ugh. No wonder no one wants to move into those. Maybe I should replace those. Yeah, let's do that. Let's give them better housing. These have the same capacity, and I can build 2 for the space of 1 low quality flat. Alright, we got electricity. Now they can bring workers to the quarry again, and we can run the route. If we get a steady supply of workers, that is what we need. Maybe I really should worry a bit more about population density over here. Feels like I'm building quite spacious. It is a village, I guess. You know what? I'm going to set it up so when I trigger the train it runs 3 times. Wouldn't want to watch backside of statue from my window. Yeah. That's why I didn't build a house here. I agree. Alright, we got gravel. Time to run the route and assign the construction officers here to pick up gravel from the loading station. And you have the wastewater and drinking water transported by truck. Having your own drinking water and sewage system is probably too expensive to start with. For the village next to the customs house, yes. For this city I will have to make my own water production and also set up a sewage discharge, but it's also going to be transported by truck. Because water pipes are made out of steel, and steel is like really expensive right now. For me. But right now I'm going to try and set up a clothing factory and fill it with more workers. Once we have drinking water in this building, it's gonna run a lot smoother. I guess I'll let you pick up water from the border and drive it to the building directly for now. I also need a large waste truck so the quarry can be emptied out. Yeah, both at a smaller capacities, everything is like struggling for logistics. Where will all the waste go? Building doesn't have that much throughput, but if I always send it to the border by truck, I'm gonna have a lot of vehicles running. Might have to set up a train that deals with the waste and gravel transportation in the future. But this gravel was only really supposed to be there until we have the city set up. I guess our own construction offices will also pick up from that gravel processing plant. It's gonna make construction here a little bit slower. Oh, and what about our rail construction office? The supply of gravel from our gravel processing plant would be very awkward and slow. But we do have trucks for that, I guess. So we can run a direct route and stop the import of gravel. It's gonna slow down rail construction, I think. Steam locomotives. Finally. Yeah, for export, I don't think that would work that well. Like the whole running of trucks for gravel might just eat up all the profits. For oil I would still use it. Running trucks to export oil to try and keep the fuel price pressed down might be nice. But I haven't seen any oil source nearby, so we can't really do that. We're also not getting enough workers here by bus to make sure this area is like protected from fire. And with the potential of gravel processing burning down, I'm a little bit concerned. The extra speed is also not helping. Not with the snow on the road. Do I get snowplows? I guess we can try. Definitely no mud roads. And the rest is fine, I guess. Plowing all the way up to almost into Bugugodonsk. Bugugodonsk. I should change that name, that's so hard to say. But hey, no more gravel imports, at least. There's some water. Substation's gonna finish at some point, and then we will have enough water nearby as well. So the truck doesn't have to run that often. And it should process a lot faster now. I might just focus snow plowing efforts on the main road. And not like the road into the settlement itself. I'm wondering if I should set up the buses so that they always make sure they have at least one worker in there. Otherwise I don't really want them to run. We can do that either with a trick by the route or with an end station. End station being the safer method. I should probably set up an end station. So if they go to the bus stop and they can't pick anyone up, they would go back immediately to the end station instead of running the route completely. Okay, that looks better. Going through all the quarried stone. Trucks are of course also slower because, well, all the snow here. I think we only need 2 workers and they can handle everything. We can pile up 2 truckloads worth of resources into the gravel processing plant itself. I am wondering if I should set up like a external storage so they can always unload even if the processing plant isn't running and has already like backed up. And then only having a single or 2 trucks always going from that storage to the processing plant back and forth. That's how I set it up when there were no factory connection inputs for the gravel processing plant. And that might come back handy here. I wonder if a free storage would also be sufficient for that. If only the free storage had like 2 loading slots. No one's... Oh no, people have moved in here. Okay. 4% criminality. 3% now. Someone moved out or died. Oh my god, it's so close. 2 hours, 50 minutes travel time. They have an hour left. They should make it, but maybe I should also employ a snowplow and a free technical service over here and clear the main road for incoming vehicles. They arrive here with 15 minutes to go. Barely. One of the end station also works in reverse for resource points. End station into gravel loading into gravel processing, so if they can't unload, they don't go back to the quarry, they go into the end station until they know they can unload. Not sure if that works. Hello, Xiaoyashu. Welcome. They arrive here with barely any time left. Lots of them also going to the fire station. New mechanics or something? Well, steam locomotives. Taking coal and water. No need for electronics in the beginning. They're still fairly happy without it. Some crafting recipes have changed, like electronics out of wood instead of plastic in early factories. Something like that. And a lot less capacity transporting stuff by road. Vehicles are a lot smaller. Although we're using the Russo bolts and they are quite spacious. But I will need a train line to supply resources for a city. It's not gonna work with trucks that far from the customs house. Oh, the snowplow is doing stuff. I guess I'll get a snowplow here. Let's get two. That way the snowplow should hopefully clear the road. Heating seems to be okay. It's dropping a little bit, but yeah, it seems to manage. Can you show how you set up the wood train road? I don't understand with the 3 stops. I just set it to go to the storage and the customs house 3 times. So when I start it, it does that 3 times. And then the last stop is the train depot. That's all I did. Nothing too complicated. Just the same stop 3 times in a row. I wonder if the snowplows are going to work correctly. I kinda need them too. Otherwise logistics are gonna break down. Are the snowplows gonna run along the main road, or is it not working? It looks like it's not working. I don't know if technical services can go through a no road vehicle sign, but I guess we can test it. No mud roads. Stop doing mud roads. Once we have enough gravel piled up, we can upgrade this road leading up here. Okay, they can drive through a no motor vehicles allowed sign. So they are capable of doing that. Helping with the clearing of the road here for at least part of it. Not for the return trip, just the trip towards this, which is more important because this is where the workers are going to be brought. The return trip can take longer. No problem with that. Well, the train track is also making its way up here. I guess the train we have can technically also go to the customs house, pick up construction materials and dump it into a storage here. Well, I guess we'll be delivering construction materials by train. It's not really going to allow for a long train though. Unless I loop it around somehow, which I don't really want to do. And export waste. Yeah, that's gonna be something else though. I think the city would probably get a waste incinerator. close by, so we can minimize fuel being spent on transporting waste around. Oh god, the honking. The ever-present honking. It's just gonna get worse the more vehicles we have. So if I want 450 meter of train to bring construction materials, that would be overkill. Right now we're carrying 400 tons with a half-length train. Why are you honking? Oh my god, because of the snowplow. Well, that's fun. Hey, at least the roads are cleared. I know what kind of vehicle horn it represents, but those honks sound like geese. Yes. That's why we have an appropriate emote for that if you have 7TV installed. I hope they just make it so that it has the same sound difference like other vehicles do, where it is just quieter if you're further away, which is currently not the case. These ones. So if I'm really close to that one, you can hear it very... You can hear it better, but it's still quiet. But if I zoom away, I can't even hear it anymore. But these horns, these old horns don't have that yet, so that's something that should hopefully be fixed, either on or shortly after release. I mean, if I put the resource storage over here, it's still not going to be 450 meters. Do I want... I want to plan for long trains, but the resource storage technically is also only... No, the resource storage is also permanent, because we need that one consistently for, like, maintenance of the settlement. Which I guess is what we will put here, so the resource storage is going to be at the end of this road then. I guess. And we can put a storage for gravel and construction materials at the end here. And use that as a supply for the settlement. Although unloading gravel is going to take a bunch of space. Yeah, I guess there won't be anything else here. No houses back here. That should then be long enough. Shouldn't really have any, like, road going over the train tracks, because if the train is arriving here with construction materials, it's going to block the whole road for a while. So we would lead the road around the back of the storages. And ideally we would already be still in like range of the electricity, otherwise I have to set up another substation. I'll probably have to set up another substation regardless. And next to that we will have to have the gravel storage. So the train would come off of the main line. Probably also have a way to turn to the right. I'm not sure if that is necessary. I mean, eventually when we produce steel somewhere, if we produce steel somewhere. Oh my god, the honking. The snowplows have increased the amount of honking by a lot. Because I guess they're not really driving the speed that the snowplows are driving. I'm gonna write that down. Okay. Is the population still growing? Probably slowly, but yeah, still seems to be on an upwards trend. So for gravel I need like a gravel unloading station, which is normally... we can use a small one. That one into a gravel storage, that wouldn't be the worst. A little bit awkward with how the connections are set up, but we can manage. I don't think I need a large gravel storage, like we could use either a default one, something like that as a setup, for example. And then we also need a loading station, so trucks can go into the loading station instead of the storage, otherwise loading is going to be super slow. So technically it could also be set up that way, and then have the loading station around. Or use the 1,000-ton one. That one's more easy to set up. Works well with the connections. Truck loading station next to it. That would do it. Give us access. Now, how do we hook up the construction material storage? We have to have over here with the road facing downwards, so it doesn't interfere with like the train incoming and it doesn't run the train over any roads. But this should give us enough space, I think. Yeah, that's 500 meters already. We'll be fine. It's only going to be one train track, which either goes into the construction storage or the gravel storage. We're not going to double that up. I don't need to have two trains waiting here, I don't think. You know, all this talk about the snowplow caused more honks makes me think how fortunate we are that the devs haven't modeled a similar vehicle from the west. It has a Wooga horn. Well, there's probably a workshop mod for that. If you find it, just give the word and we can put it in the game, I guess. Okay, that will give us a connection through here. So that way we will be able to hook up the train and we can supply, like I said, construction materials or gravel to the area. Although gravel will only become necessary once we actually have like a better construction, like a better source of gravel. Right now we're making our own gravel here. But I believe in the future it would be delivered by train. Now I'm wondering, do we actually, this could be coal. There might be like a loading station for coal next to the coal processing, and then it gets carried down here. And this could be a storage for the coal for the city. Yeah, I'm doubting my aggregate loading station or unloading station right now. We're planning to produce coal here anyway, and we have a gravel production. I don't know if that one is necessary. I believe in the future, when we have gravel produced in an area where it's hooked up with a proper conveyor belt, it would be quite nice to have somewhere else, but it's not gonna happen for like several decades. The honking, that's Alright, let me look at the workshop. Let's see if there's a vehicle with an Awuga horn. Just, you said it. I probably won't download it, but searching for Awuga doesn't find anything. I would probably have to look up the technical term and then see if we can find it. But yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to try look for that right now. There we go. Smooth turn. Try to leave the gravel. Coal mine we found. It could even be built in walking distance, which is probably what's going to happen. I don't think I can afford cableway stations or anything else. So we might be able to consider a coal mine right here at the edge of the city where people can walk to it, and then have the coal processing plant on the other side of the road, which is probably going to cause more pollution. Someone mods in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That'll be both awesome and obnoxious on account of the horn. Alright. Well, you said the name of a vehicle. Phantom? No. Rolls-Royce? There are some Rolls-Royce. But there was no Rolls-Royce Phantom. Can always move mine in future. Yeah, moving the mine. Ugh. That would be a task. Let me up this to 3 workers. So it has a lower chance of like running out of workers when a bus delivers more workers to the area. Is the end station done? Not yet. Put that on higher priority. Then we should have set up a more efficient way to transport citizens over. Okay, these houses are filling up. Minus 38 degrees and the structure is still at 19 degrees. So yeah, I think they improved heating further away from heating plants. So I guess we can run houses that are further away now. Either that or the brick buildings are more efficient for that purpose. I don't think they would just have that for the brick buildings though. Oh, you couldn't have unloaded the workers first before going for more fuel. Of course not. That would be silly. I don't know how much the gravel road needs, but I might put the vehicles into storage once we get 100 tons of gravel, just to be safe. Speaking of, I also need to finish this gravel road. If we don't plan for gravel or coal unloading here, I could move the resource storage for the construction materials further back, potentially giving me more space for houses. I'll leave that. I think we can have a distribution office here, distributing coal to the heating plant is up there. Gravel? I don't know. No, I'll remove it. And I'll move the construction material storage back. I've changed my mind. Footpaths? Too close, huh? Can I put a fence in between that? Okay, it might be a little bit too close then. A fence would be nice to have. Although this already starts quite close. Do I want to have anything here? I was thinking, do I need like a footpath to have like houses on this side too? The heat exchanger is quite close to this, so I think going over the train tracks is going to be something we will want to do. Probably. I did enjoy moving the mine last time we played the village run. Moving the mine and building it up again with the conveyor belt. That was not bad. I enjoyed that. Okay, we can at least have a footpath like over here somewhere, I guess. And if not, we can also have a bridge, I guess. Or maybe just move away further from the train tracks. Alright, let's finish this route real quick. And then upgrade this road up to the quarry. So it's also gravel, so this runs a little bit faster when it's snowed in. But we might not allow snowplows in it. We have more snow than we don't have snow. The gravel would speed things up. Hopefully the quarry doesn't burn down. $16 tons, 54 tons, we have that. Should be able to get that done. That's the train track. I guess we'll build up to the resource storage. We can also load from the resource storage without power, it's just gonna be super slow. Oh, not super slow, but it's gonna be slower, slowed down. But at least we would have a replacement resource storage up here for our vehicles. Could also consider setting up a concrete plant next to the gravel processing. I might have to build a more proper gravel setup with concrete and asphalt plant for the city in the future. Right now I don't think I'm going to set up asphalt and concrete. So with the long train we could in theory go pick up wood, then go to the border, pick up bricks and steel, and then send it to the resource storage for construction. No prefab panels yet. And then the construction vehicles could pick up from that storage. And at some point we can set up an electric substation to make the loading faster and have that as a generic supply source for building materials in the area. That way I could set up our wood train to always load like 33% wood. Then go to the city, and then go to the customs house, export the excess wood, and then go back to wait until fully loaded for wood. Would run a little bit more than normal, but I could have a permanent route for it to run. And we would have a steam train running all the time, I guess. We'll let it build the route to the unloading station. Water substation is done. Where did all the gravel go? What the hell? What used up all the gravel? Oh, the other road construction. Oops. Well, I guess we have to make this dirt again. For now, at least. Should have waited until until the road was done before starting these. If this works, that would be great, but yeah, I'm gonna test that off stream, I think. Not in this save. Just quick building and seeing if it works. Because then we can just set a meat storage up here. I don't think it does. I think it only allows resources to be transferred through the factory connections for whatever is specified in the bottom of each building. And there's no meat there. But might be incorrect, maybe it works. We're bringing a decent amount of workers here, I guess. Which means the clothing factory will at least run at an eighth of its capacity, if not more. And our initial settlement still had more room to grow. Some of these houses haven't seen any citizens living in there yet. I think the price for wood went up. It did not. Then... oh, it's 2,300. I thought it was higher. Oops, no. We did export once for 4,000. We're now exporting for half of that. But if wood is cheap, then I guess maybe we can consider making electronics out of wood. As a cheap thing. We would have to make electrical components out of gravel, steel, and chemicals. And then the electronic assembly hall. Wood, mechanical components, and electronic components. Lots of boards. I don't see that as a negative though. Only 10 highly educated workers in the settlement right now is insufficient. Always keep an eye on that. Until we have the university who would autofill our single building of the highly educated workers it needs. Technically, we could also bring students and workers to the university and run that already without a settlement nearby. Seems a bit weird though. No university students from Gugozhny would be brought to the city. Gugozhny gets its university educated people from the overflow of highly educated workers from Bugu-Godonsk. And the other thing that used up gravel in the gravel processing plant was probably the rail construction office. Can we please bring the concrete to the clothing factory? The university does not have high priority right now. Neither do the buildings down here, but the other ones we can finish. Electricity, water substation, sewage tank, heat exchanger, up to the point where we can build it up. Which building is bringing workers here? Oh, the maintenance office. They shouldn't really have range. 2 kilometers is out of range. Still assigned itself to those. There we go. More concrete trucks. What's the price of gravel or quarried stone doing? Rising. I mean, with a train it is possible to just set up an export for it. We would have to run the quarry to the processing plant, but from the processing plant we can directly load it into a train. And it would only require us to have like 5 more workers. Because the quarry we can run with an excavator, and the vehicles don't need workers per se. Let me do the road upgrade in sections over here. We could in theory have like a processing plant next to us, a gravel storage, and then a route from the storage to the processing plant back and forth. And to feed resources into the storage we could have unloading stations with long conveyors. So there's like one truck from the quarry to an unloading station across, and then it gets conveyored down to the processing plant and just carried across the street. It's quite overkill, but it also reduces the fuel consumption and makes that more efficient. Obviously it would be better to have the modern gravel processing, but you can't always have that. Stop honking at the snowplow, it's doing its best. Alcohol addiction of 87%. Sports enjoyment 4%. It'll be fine. Two people unable to visit the hospital. I can't see them. Both small waste trucks are currently busy, so maybe we're going to run into the situation where it will be necessary to have external waste storage to make that a bit more efficient. I don't know why you're producing that much waste. And also why it hasn't been picked up yet. Let's concentrate our waste pickup into some waste storages throughout the city. We already have one over here, but maybe one on this side could help. We can also use the smaller ones, it's fine. As long as all the houses dump into the same waste storage, it should be fine. Excavator here. Can you make your way over to help these road constructions instead? Thank you. Stop honking. Oh my god, it's so many vehicles. Yeah. Honk. Slowly upgrading all footpaths. one vehicle has finally decided that it did not want to be behind the snowplow anymore. Because I think the snowplow is even slower than the vehicles driving over the snowy road. Snowplow plows at like 10 kilometers an hour, and the vehicles could be driving 12 kilometers an hour. Which doesn't really make them too happy about it. Also causes quite the traffic jam. This route... bringing workers over to the new area should now go through the end station. And the end station can get some fuel. Are you allowed to drive that way? I thought I had a no road vehicle sign. Oh, I did, but they're driving across here. Not the right way. That's so not helpful. I thought this would help, but this early snowplows might actually be a hindrance. I don't know when we're gonna get better ones. This snowplow is gonna be active until we get better ones in 1958. Oh boy. Maybe I'm gonna phase out the snowplows. I mean, it still makes sense to maybe have them in special cases, like keeping the roads cleared inside the settlement, so emergency services can travel a little bit faster. But I guess for the main road, it's not ideal. It's not so useful. Hopefully that'll reduce the amount of honking. And also, well, when I click them it still happens, but the amount of workers getting here should be now a bit more consistent. And thankfully it's like just in time, with like 10 minutes of travel distance to go. Which is just enough. The grocery kiosk is out of food, out of meat. Okay. Three more deliveries of concrete for the new clothing factory, and then we'll be able to start it. And hopefully it'll do its job of making us a bit more money. Having some actual income would be nice, but I think we would have to diversify more. Lack of gravel. Gravel transportation with 3 trucks from our gravel processing is insufficient. Which makes the rail construction slower, but also not a huge problem because... Well, the storage is going to be set up soon, I guess. It is a bit of a problem. I guess I'll start distributing resources back in with the help of the distribution office, because that one also was bringing in coal. And the rail construction vehicles also need coal to run in addition to the water. Okay, fixed time. Don't wait too long, let the other vehicles go through. This could be a problem if they can't pick up anyone. We'll have to let the route cycle a bit before we can maybe set it to flexible. I think I'll just leave it on fixed though and set it to like, I don't know. We'll see how long the route is and then set the correct value for the end station. We're gonna move the demolition office and the free construction office away from here at some point and probably just set up some housing right next to the heating plant. What could go wrong? Once this footpath has been upgraded, we can upgrade the length of that one. Because right now it has to exit out this way, because both of these exits are blocked for the footpath upgrade. Okay. All resources present. Clothing factory finishing construction. And then we'll have to deliver fabric to it, probably with some dedicated covered hull trucks. Probably a single one for now. I don't think I need more than one. In the future it's gonna be run by the train station. Having some fabric imported to the train station and then clothing, excess clothing back to the train station for export. I'm still thinking about just going with the Russo Bolt because of the extra carry capacity. The other vehicles are twice as fast. Okay, that one doesn't matter. But this one, 1 ton of fabric versus 3.5 tons of fabric. It's only twice as fast. And when everything is snowed in, it's gonna be slow anyway. So I think in our case, this one is the better option. Load fabric, unload clothing. Unload fabric, wait until fully unloaded, load however much clothing you can. And then bring the clothing to our small store. Unload clothing, and then go to the customs house and sell as much clothing as is still available. I'm sure the truck will probably be enough. Don't think we're gonna run that much material through the clothing factory. It is very far away. It might not be enough. It uses up 2.4 tons of fabric per day at full production. We're gonna run it at like 1/8 of its capacity. I don't know. I'm gonna move the snow plows away from here. So snow plows, I don't know. Don't seem that useful, at least not on this map. Maybe if you have like masses of them. And even then, for the main road, like, yeah, I think the main road, it's better to not plow it, to not run into the traffic jam. Okay, upgrade that road, please. I have a lot of gravel available. Did the gravel price change? Quarry stone. Still going up. Maybe gravel is what we need to build up to. Have a rail line go across the road here, where currently our construction sector is, and then maybe have a gravel processing in the area. Loading station, gravel processing, storage. Leave this one for construction work. There's some fabric. Oh yeah, we're not carrying a ton, we're carrying 3.5 tons because of the Russo bolt, which is definitely going to be enough. Even the smaller trucks might be okay at a slow production rate like that. But I do hope that we get more workers here. Oh, we did have a population drop. That's not good. That could be from the migration, honestly. I'm not too concerned just yet. It could be from like our initial migration that the generation finally did run through. But if it happens again, then we probably have an issue with like some of these houses maybe not being heated enough. We will have to see. That or pollution crisis, I guess. But pollution wouldn't hit as hard. Health did drop down to 83. More gravel. You shouldn't have an issue with that, come on. And do you have a problem going underneath the heat exchanger? And I guess we'll build it like that. $1,400 rubles for less than a ton of clothing. It is all going to go into our clothing store for now, until that one has completely filled up. And until then, we're also going to import a lot of fabric. But import for clothing should cease, and at some point it's going to go into export. Should be profitable even at a low quantity. I'm probably going to move the police station away from here and put another house in place. It's curious that no one has moved in here yet. Well, I guess these ones are also empty. I got 10 migrants for the highly educated. Sound looks cool as fuck. It's come out really well. Yeah, looks like a bit of a mess, but it's all developed historically, and it sort of makes sense. Now, if we only could have something that makes us a profit. Hello, Mega Monkey. Do I really start exporting gravel? I guess so. So on the return trip, you're gonna go through the end station 2. Return trip. Yes. Gonna unload gravel, and then you will drop in to the customs house and unload whatever you have. We're gonna stop importing gravel via distribution office again and just fill in more trucks. Okay, that way we should maybe create a constant drain of gravel and use this for profit. And if it is okay, then we will consider setting up another gravel processing with the purpose of just filling a storage for the train to run and export. Probably don't even have to run like a storage. The internal storage should be enough to fill up before the train comes back and will sit there until it's full and then runs the export. Doing it by truck right now is going to be somewhat inefficient. I'm basically planning on having a loop back to gravel processing on this side, fed by the same bus stop. Although the heating plant is in the way to have a footpath through here, unfortunately. So probably along this footpath past the clothing factory and then gravel processing with maybe storage and train station. Going around here, across the road and back into the train line. ₹50 per truck. I'm not sure if that's worth it. I feel like our fuel prices are just gonna keep going up and up. Maybe, we'll see. Come on, wood prices, please recover. It's so abysmal. I don't even want to run the export route for the wood export. I don't feel like that makes sense. Okay. Looks like we can build the storage over here. I'm going to change that road. Probably bring it out here if necessary. So what's the bus road's verdict? 270 seconds. 260. So like, yeah, 30 seconds I guess. What it's already set to seems to be okay. They'll probably run it faster because there's already buses parked here. But there's not much point in that if we don't have the workers sitting at the bus stop for a higher frequency anyway. Yep, population back in recovery. Still low quantity of population, like expected. But I think once we have a train line being able to bring food here, we could make this a larger settlement like it was supposed to be. Plan for the coal mine. 60% coal mine. We don't even need a 60% coal mine, but a better quality coal mine means it would produce enough coal with fewer workers, so maybe we should even have a 70% coal mine. 60% would be okay, whatever is in walking distance. And then have the conveyor go across the street and have the coal ore processing on the other side. Or maybe also just up here. I guess it could both be up on the other side, and we just have to provide enough houses within walking distance that they can run the processing and the mine itself. Then the brick factory, potentially a power plant over here maybe. I thought maybe on the other side. But we can also have the power plant back in the back over here. Right now my main concern is finances. It's looking pretty grim. Also, these roads are quite awful. Running on 7% higher education in this settlement. That's not a lot of people, but it is working, mostly. I mean, once we have our own higher educated citizens, I would probably allow like at least 20% higher education per settlement, which in this case would be, let's go by population, 10%, 40 highly educated. Yeah. 20 would be 80 highly educated, and that sounds like way too much. We also wanted to relocate our rail construction office away from the other settlement into this area. Yeah, let's not think about that right now. Once this train line is done, we can bring construction materials to the area. Have our construction officers pick up from that. Maybe even relocate them. Have them over here. Maybe also set up proper construction offices already. They don't technically have to be right next to the resource storage, but it wouldn't hurt. Still not sure why sometimes there's two vehicles arriving at the same time. I guess they might get backed up behind one vehicle, and yeah, that might slow down the first one enough for the second one to be right behind it. This is kind of recreating the whole like village. Oh no, not village. The whole homemade infrastructure run, where everything was like more inefficient in the beginning before we unlocked factory connections and conveyor belts. Just now we have the situation that we can't make gravel very efficiently yet. Until 1958. And that's a while. And with the gravel price rising, I don't know. Could be worth it to still invest in some more efficient construction. AKA using some storages to make it work. Just as nature intended, yes. The nature of gravel processing, of course. But we can have an efficient coal mine. Coal could be a nice export good. Could, if it's like valuable enough. Even coal is dropping. I assume food is climbing. Not as much. Yeah, gravel and gravel products seem to be on the rise. What about a ship that imports crops? Could be an option, yeah. Also a ship that exports gravel or coal. Or a train that imports crops. Instead of food, we could import crops and run it from the warehouse into a food factory. I think the large grain silos are also locked behind modern technology. Oh, there's different grain storages. There's square grain storages. So we could set up a grain storage here. And then have a food factory attached to that. Hello Barbados, welcome. It's okay. I felt the same as yesterday, but took some painkillers and feeling okay now as long as I don't move too much. How are you doing? It's gonna be time soon to like start thinking about building up the settlement. Once we have the train hooked up, we can import fabric by train and export clothing by train too. Alright, made a log of progress, I see. Somewhat, yeah. I'm just sick. I was getting bored and I thought like, I might as well try being sick. Terrible idea. Do not recommend. I'd rather be bored without being sick. Hello, 404 not found. Welcome. Well, conk. I don't know. Maybe honk some. Maybe I could run these vehicles on the same road. Would that make sense? No, not really. We're gonna need more gravel for construction. It's fine. Mega, do you know if I connect a meat storage to this warehouse, will it, or like a warehouse, any warehouse? It shouldn't be able to unload meat there, right? I would need a fact, it will not, yeah. Like, damn it. Oh, I guess it's been over 4 hours, so there's a crash. Let me check the event viewer. To take a bit longer today. Oh, I should have checked the log file. Dang it. Yeah, forgot about that. Because that resource is not compatible with the station the vehicles interacts with. Yeah, unfortunately. I didn't want to set up a different station. Felt like a waste. Would have taken too much space. Would be nice if it could. It's funny though that the regular factory connection station doesn't list waste, but it can handle waste though. Waste is its own special thing. Yeah, very special snowflake waste, I know. I'm gonna eat a brownie. I'm bored. Rude but accurate. Single fabric truck, no problem. Currently, but we still have few workers. I was thinking of building some houses here, right next to the heating plant. Because they don't seem to be having too many issues with pollution. Life expectancy is still fine. So what if we just build some houses here? I wonder if pollution is something that also starts increasing over time. Because right now it feels like pollution is a lot less than normal. Or maybe these brick buildings are just built differently. Oh, cool. A square house. Now the important question with that one is the corner... The corner is probably not accessible. Yeah, that's a shame. Workers and resources too. Non-square blueprint. Like, something where the layout can follow the building more in detail would be so nice. A little bit more forgiving with the footpaths. But yeah, this square area here, it's unfortunate. Nah, I can't make that work. Not the way I envision it. I'll have to build something else. I don't want to build a 4-story house right next to the heating plant. That is a bit much, but we could build more barracks, I guess, right here. We still have these low-quality rural flats out of brick. Why am I building right next to the heating plant? It's like, oh god. The slums, yeah. This 23 meters away from the heating plant. What am I thinking? Like, it's on theme, yeah, but this seems so absurd. I wonder if they have more, like, capacity to deal with the pollution, because it feels like they can. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. This is what town planning approved back in the day. And look where it brought us. Sound understanding that pollution is bad. Pollution is bad, okay? Well, we don't know that yet. We have no idea about that. We must learn the hard way. Here, easy access for the workers to their workplace. Like, it's right next to the heating plant. They can work in there directly. They can reach everything. That seems so absurd. Okay, build these. Let's see what happens. This is like the ultimate test. I thought this house was close, but this is gonna be super low life expectancy. The magical university will solve it. It's fine. Welcome back, Sardius. Is the warehouse on the track possible to access by one side train, but the train can also drive through? Yes. At least the default warehouses allow that, so I assume this one will too. As long as the train track is visible, it should be allowed to do that. Just that, yeah. Like a grain silo, you can also just drive through, I think. At least that's the way I'm planning this. If it doesn't work, then it's gonna be a lot of wasted money. No, we exported 10,800 rubles worth of material last month. Probably clothing? That's import. Boards actually. Yeah, we had the train run last month, I guess. It'll be fine, maybe. Yep. Well, construction material resource storage is up. Steel, bricks, and boards. Nothing else really. Once the train track is built, we can start bringing some supplies in, which is going to cost a lot of money. But it should also save us some money, because then they don't have to go to the border to pick those up. I can't believe I built houses right next to the heating plant. This is going to be a test. It's going to be a test. Low quality rural flats right next to the heating plant. How bad is it going to be? Okay, these ones are already at 73 life expectancy. I mean, if they're over 65, we'll be fine. If they're below 65, we might have to rip them up at some point. Did they adjust the time progression? Looks to have gotten quite far in 5 years, even with the vehicle available. No, still the same. The speed per day is still the same. I'll just take that as a compliment. Thank you. Hello, again. might have to rework these roads. They're quite wobbly. I don't want to start with asphalt roads. Getting a commuter train to the industry here? No. They are just driving some excess workers by bus over there. We're planning on building a city here that's gonna run most of the clothing factory, plus a coal mine, coal processing, coal power plant, brick factory. Then we have wood and bricks made for construction. Leave steel and concrete. Once we have coal on the train network, then we can bring that to some steel and some iron and maybe have a steel mill somewhere. But I would like to at least have some profit before then, because the development's going to be really slow. I'm thinking of having the gravel loaded onto a train for export. The game is making that quite attractive, because gravel is more than twice the price of wood. But yeah, also importing crops by train and making my own food would be something to do, and quite appropriate, because importing food is kind of expensive. Although I don't know if that should be right next to the city. I mean, like Mega Monkey said, it would be thematic and appropriate. Until we realize how bad pollution actually is. So in the future, this train will have a different route. It's gonna go to the storage, load wood until fully loaded. No. Wait. Yes. Go here, unload wood, bricks and steel. And then go to the customs house, unload wood. And load steel and bricks to 66%, I guess. In even amounts. Then it goes back to load full of wood. And then goes back to the storage. And only sells wood. So it should run a continuous loop of like wood export. And in the meantime, go over here and make sure that the construction material storage is resupplied. Every once in a while. We probably need 3 more construction tasks, maybe 4 to finish this. And then we could run the train and pick up construction materials from the area. I should probably relocate the construction vehicles until then. Or should they just stay up there? They have to pick up gravel and sometimes concrete. I guess they can just stay up here, it's fine. And they early start housing too low capacity to fit the entire workforce in that area. Well, we're not going for 100% workforce, I guess. As much as we can put into the area, we'll see, and then, yeah, maybe bringing more people in by train from a different settlement. This is still Siberia, which means urban development is going to take a bit of effort. Not too sure if we will see too many workers for certain industries. It loads full wood. But it's only a little bit of the open warehouse because you limited the wood capacity in the open warehouse. Yes. On the first time it will load basically all the boards once completely full. And then on the second loop and onwards it will have like 66% of its capacity filled with steel and whatever else. Maybe I should limit to 33%. Or at least not wait until loaded. So on the second trip, I guess I could also put this at the front. It goes to the customs house first, then picks up wood, and then goes to the resource storage. There. No, that also doesn't work. Because if it can't unload all the bricks and steel, it's gonna start overfilling itself. Because it might not be able to unload all the steel and bricks at the storage anymore, and then it will just load 66% more. Not up to 66%. And I don't want to keep selling and rebuying the material. Can't just have it wait until unloaded, but then we would have to wait until unloaded for bricks, steel and boards at the same time, or I set it to wait until unloaded for one type of resource. Okay. I think it would be bricks. Because I think most buildings will take more bricks than boards and steel. Is an early start train logi? Yes. But we don't have the technology for that yet. That one. Takes coal and water. So you can run steam locomotives with that. Let me think. If we take boards. I mean, I can assign certain train cars to the certain resources and micromanage it that way. We mostly need bricks. Let's say I assign 6 train cars to just steel. Let's do 5. 6, 5. That leaves me 15, 16. Let's do 6. 6 for steel, and then 7 each for bricks and boards. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That way I can just set it to wait until fully loaded on anything, and I don't have to worry about it. I'll send it here first because it's on the right side of the track, so it doesn't get in the way. Wait until loaded. Load steel and bricks. And unload boards. No, that doesn't make sense. I have to go... Okay, there's going to be a crossover. Out here. I go to the customs house first. Steel and bricks. Load boards. Unload. And then after you've unloaded, you go back to the customs house, unload the boards, refill with steel and bricks. Then you go back to the storage, wait until fully loaded with boards, and then you run back to the storage. That should work. Did have to set the train cards individually, but that's a one-time thing. I also should set the steam locomotive to repair at like 20%. Which it hasn't reached yet, but it's at 2% wear and tear. Very efficient. I'm wondering if I should set up another small construction office just for footpaths. I usually like having that, but for a village, it seems a bit overkill. Since like most of the things are already in place. And any small extension should be doable with just a maintenance office. No, I should build one, because I don't have an excavator here right now. I should have another one, and then I can use that one to fill in the missing, like, utility items. For example, an excavator, or in the future, like a paver and roller. That would be nice to have. This is so bad for the people living here. We'll see. If this works, then I'm sure at some point the heating plants are gonna start polluting the mess out of these buildings, but I don't know when. How's the clothing factory work with no heating? Industries don't need heating. That building has no demand for heating. Only if the building has a heat water tank does it need heating. Hello. Gaming out the midlife crisis, welcome. Slow quality housing makes sense near high pollution areas since they won't hit the max mood anyway. Well, it's all about their health rather than their mood. I think this is a mistake, and I think these houses are going to be a death spiral for the people living in there, but I want to try it anyway. And see what happens. Because I feel like we could get much closer to the heating plants right now with existing buildings. 72 years is like 9 years below optimum life expectancy. And I want to see what this one does. That's only like 20 meters away from the heating plant. If it drops below, let's say, 65 would be okay. If it drops below 60 years of life expectancy, then we would get rid of those houses. But 65 would be okay. I think it's going to be significantly lower though. But it only has room for 10 people, so it's not that bad too. If I had built a very large high capacity house next to it, it would have been more of a problem, I guess. I wonder what pollution they're going to find in the future that has been affecting a lot of people. I mean, noise pollution is relatively recent. When did noise pollution become a thing? Sound pollution. How's the clinic loading? Fine. It's nice that it has room for 2 ambulances too. At least they're warm, I guess. Yes, they will have optimum heating. Noise pollution started in ancient Rome. Okay. Well, I guess. Honk. When is first ambulance? Right from the start. They exist from the get-go. (24 to 31). They're not very fast. Well, I'll do the job. I'll be fine. Moving the gravel over here for construction is taking a while. But I don't want to import it if I'm making it myself. It might be a waste of fuel. I guess I could set up a gravel storage where they dump it into the rail construction office. Then, if that one is full, they dump it into the local storage for gravel, and then they export the rest. So, rail construction. Sure. Looks like there's a big gap in vehicle availability in the early start. Yeah, but I think they're planning on releasing more vehicles to fill out the gaps, but I have no confirmation on that. So we will see, I guess, on Thursday. We're missing the Western early start vehicles at the moment. Yep, those two. They come down the road, unload gravel, move back out, try to turn in here, unload into the rail construction office, and then they go to the customs house and back. Which is going to work until we load gravel onto the train, I guess. Brightistan, choking ducks since 1930. That sounds wrong. Hello, angry shrimp. That sounds so wrong. We're almost at the construction material storage. I'll let them wait inside the construction offices until I bring the resources here by train. Export gravel via train? Probably, yeah. Gravel seems to be going up in price. Yeah. I would build a gravel processing / export setup across the road here. Once I get rid of these construction offices. Probably even before I set up the next settlement, because we need something that earns us money, otherwise we're just bleeding dry. We still have a lot of time left though, with the amount of loans we can take out. And building more houses to have more population also would increase our loan capacity, but it's not a sustainable way to play. I don't think. We're going to preemptively make those gas stations run themselves dry. And then at some point we can relocate the construction offices away from this area. Down here maybe. And set up the second gravel processing, which is not going to be used for construction, but only for export. And bringing gravel onto the rail network, I guess. Then we would have boards, gravel, and potentially also bricks on the rail network. Because if I bring the train loop around here, it could also go across and then do a right-hand turn towards the coal mine, where the brick factory and the coal pickup would be. Out of meat, grocery kiosk, I might get rid of those. I think there's too many people trying to get to the kiosk. I mean, it doesn't really matter, they can still afterwards go to the grocery kiosk, to the grocery store, but it still takes more effort for them to do that. Rather just move the 2 extra people over there into the grocery store and run that more efficiently. So we'll let the kiosk run out and then replace it once the food is gone. Yeah, look at that, minus 34 degrees and the life expectancy here is still at 74. Even with the heating plant running that much. I don't know. It might actually work. And we're not going to wait until unloaded at the open storage, because I want to keep exporting boards if possible. People were tougher back in the day. So once these gas stations are empty, we can start relocating the construction offices down here temporarily till we build proper ones. Probably not right in this area, but somewhere close by. Because this is also prime construction area because there's no pollution. I don't know if we have heating. We do have heating. I don't know. Could probably have the construction offices here too. But it is not optimized for construction offices to drive in there. The way it's set up. There we go. Train track is ready. What's the big building you are constructing? And that is a medical university. It's going to be our university. Because I've decided to start with a medical university. Because I think it's really good on Siberia map. Should also help us with a bit of like dealing with pollution. The fact that our people are very addicted to alcohol, 89% now. No sports enjoyment whatsoever. Who needs that anyway? But yeah, maybe importing crops to make our own alcohol would be a good idea. Hello 33 Bull. Siberia is doing okay, except we're still losing money. Other than that, it's a lot of fun. That should do it. So close to the achievement. Isn't it 80%? Oh, you mean like we still need to get like 9,600 people? Yeah. What's the productivity like? Still stable. Is it a mod? If more vehicle can enter border at the same time? No. That is the upcoming patch that will introduce that for the large customs houses. This is completely unmodded. This is with the upcoming early start DLC and currently the 105 patch, which makes this more traffic optimized. Well, only for the large customs house. The medium and small one will still behave like they did. It just puts the large customs house the way it should have been. There goes our money. 50k in construction materials. I don't know if bricks are gonna be a nice resource to export. Bricks take up more space than the coal. Normally. You're converting 33 tons of coal into 51 tons of bricks. So theoretically it's more efficient to export coal than bricks. But if we have high volume trains, then could still make sense. Pause. We need to build that track. If only you had some profit calculator. Yeah, no such thing exists though. Did we find any coal nearby? Yes. We have coal right where we started. Right here. And here. And then I stopped looking. But there might be more coal around. But we have coal basically on the edge of the city. So we would build houses and let them walk directly to the coal mine and coal processing plant. And then feed that onto the train for export, and also into our heating plant, and also into a coal power plant, and also into a brick factory. Would deal with a lot of things. Coal mine and walking range will be the truest test of health. Hey, in the homemade infrastructure run we already had that, alright? It was pretty close to the city. In Shabak, I think. %75% isn't bad. I mean, it's gonna be questionable if we're gonna be able to run the coal mine at full throughput. Go closer this time, yeah. Make it so that we have all the people right around the coal mine, have the coal mine in the middle, and then just houses surrounding the coal mine like a target. Oh, look at that. People have moved in. Current life expectancy, 84 years. Let's see if that'll stay that way. They're all 21 years old. It would be kind of cool if these houses were more resilient to pollution, because the people don't spend as much time in them. I know that doesn't make much sense. Not too hilly, won't be too expensive, I hope. The main issue is going to be getting the workers to actually build the damn thing, because you need a lot of workers to build the tunnels. Criminality kinda high there? Yes, we don't have a police or a courthouse yet. Because that's gonna happen once we have the next settlement. And not earlier. Criminality 3%, 4%-ish. Looks like 3% mostly. Oh, 6% here. 11%. It's building up. We're gonna build a small core in Bugodonsk. And yeah. No, it was not low quality. These are higher quality houses. They have pretty high quality. 85%. Normal. Oil price increase. Means fuel price is gonna go up. Oh man. Oh, these houses right next to the heating plant, man. It's funny though. It's really, really funny. To me. Crime occurs at a reduced rate while your population is below 2k. Police not needed. I mean, I think the crime occurs at the same rate, except the effect is reduced. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think we still have the same rate, but crime doesn't have as much of an effect on happiness and loyalty. But yeah, how do you like my 5% sports enjoyment? We're gonna build an indoor pool or something in the city, I think. But not in the village, that would be overkill. Where's the rail construction vehicle? Fattening everyone up to survive the winters. It's only natural. Okay, you know what? Stop building that, stop building that. We don't need another track to the customs house right now. Focus on the loop so that we can send the train out. What are you building now? Good, you have assigned yourself. We're missing that loop, otherwise the train can't turn to go to the resource storage. Oh, there's a fire in our wood storage. Oh god. There's a fire in our wood storage. Move! No, you're not in the way, are you? There's nothing in the way. I thought the train was in the way on the road, but that's not true. It's not true, it's not true. It's not true, it's fine. Fire in the wood storage. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I thought the train was parked over the road, but I built it in a way where that didn't happen. I also need a fire station in here, probably next to the bus stop. Right now the fire station next to the heating plant is handling everything. It's almost as if you know what you're doing when you're planning. I have you all tricked. Okay, maybe the food is now used up from the grocery kiosk. Not quite, but almost. It's still 83%, 83 years life expectancy, which is more than average. So I think the yeah, the average age is still 21. I wonder if the people die so quickly. It's just filling up with new workers. We have to wait more. Maybe it's so close to the house that it's actually like in a, you know, when you're in when there's a tornado and you're like in the center of the eye and there's no wind. Maybe it's like that with pollution. You're so close to the building that it's actually like going over your building and not hitting you. Are the kiosks worth building in the DLC? I think so. But like for like less... Each kiosk I think can handle like 70 citizens. 70 workers, I mean. They have 2 workers in there instead of 1. Like they will work more efficiently that way. The alcohol kiosk definitely. Food kiosk only if you have very few workers. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Because we have a grocer, and that should be enough. Everyone is in range. There seems to be a footpath that hasn't been built yet. Maybe it's counting this one? I guess so. The new 2 worker kiosk is fantastic, yeah. I think that's a good change. Reduces the chance of like downtime. It can still happen, of course. Anything with less than 4 workers can have like a good chance of some downtime. But it's not too bad. Only built for remote village. I think, yeah, basically. 70 citizens. Like 10 capacity houses maybe. Is the corner done? No, it needs 7 more work days. But almost. Now you can run the route for the construction materials. Would having 2 rail builders speed up expansion? Probably. But they would also have an increased demand of construction materials and gravel and workers, and I don't really want that. So we're using slow rail construction for now. Because I have the time. It's so wobbly. How do you do the first person view? Select the vehicle, click the view this vehicle button to go into the camera view, and then click dynamic camera, and then click again for first person camera. And then click G for hiding the UI. And there we go, construction materials delivered right to the city. Hopefully it doesn't burn down. That would be a shame. Maybe I should bring the snowplows over here to make sure we clear the road up to the construction materials. And it's probably a good thing to do. Like I said, I think the snowplows in the city for emergency services should be okay. Outside the city, I don't know. Not in the current configuration. Oh, the fire station is so far away. This is such a risk. Now that I think about it. But with the snowplows it probably will work. Okay. We're building up to the warehouse now. I mean, this warehouse could hold everything, including like repair materials for a repair station. Second delivery already. No, you turned around. Oh, because you ran into the rail construction vehicle, probably. I'm a big fan of general purpose warehouses, too lazy to sort things. Yeah. We will probably move things out though. I would like to have at least like two storage systems, so this one would give a warning if something is missing. And at least have like a food warehouse, because I don't want this one to run out and then we have like 10 seconds to react until the shopping center runs out of food. I could attach another warehouse here and make that one just food basically, just to have some extra storage. But just having that in the city would be sufficient as well. Without distribution offices, it's a bit of a nightmare. We kind of need distribution offices. Maybe I'll build a castle in the city too. But I would like to start with the medical university. Someone is bringing workers to this and I don't like it. You are. So yeah, I guess for future settlement construction I will move forward, build a fire station and probably like a resource storage like this. And then the first building would probably be gravel processing. Also next to the fire station, and then we can set up the settlement from that. Maybe an asphalt and concrete plant next to it too. There's gonna be some honking here, I can feel it. There it is, yeah. Took a little bit, but it was definitely there. And when this city grows, we will also need an incinerator. I think we will need one just for the coal mine itself, to get rid of like half of the waste, and then the other half, the construction waste, we should be able to put on a train to export, or have gravel recycling. Is gravel recycling a thing? No, we don't have access to gravel recycling. We have to sell the construction waste or pile it up somewhere. Interesting. That broke the road. Not a fan. I don't like building that close to roads. Messes them up. At least the trains you can fix. You can just place a signal there and it moves it back across over the terrain, but for roads, not as easily. Bin trick will solve everything. No. I don't think so. It's just gonna make it worse. Oh, maybe. Maybe you're right. Wow, okay. Not bad. Thank you. You've little faith. Yes. True. All glory to the bin trick. So, second technical service would be next to water purification, which we will need rather soon, but yeah, in the beginning it's gonna be like population capacity about as large as Kukoshni to get things rolling, and I think we will not need water purification until then. So we should be able to get things rolling. This one seems really efficient. Settlement number 2, yes. That's the plan. Definitely a pub for this settlement. An alcohol kiosk is not going to be able to keep up with everyone. I have a suggestion, an airfield for this run, please. I will keep that suggestion in mind. Maybe once we have some money. I'm spending so much money on resource imports right now. And we're gonna, like, into debt momentarily. I'll lend you some, thank you. Do you mean airfields or? I feel like playing Tetris right now. It's 50 workers, okay. So the shopping center will provide access to clothing, food and meat. Alcohol kiosk. I'll let you decide what that one will provide. I guess this one can't use the footpath when the road is connected. Okay. Tetris and resources. A little bit. No storage for the store? Nah. We'll have a warehouse outside at some point next to a distribution office that we still need to research. One of the research points has to be for the distribution offices, I think. And the other one... maybe alcohol standards? Or maybe pollution reduction. Okay, 67 years in here now is not bad. I don't know. That still seems okay to me. Might have a negative impact on our population growth though, if they move into that one first. Because they'll only start moving into other buildings once that one is filled, I guess. Should be locating oil. Yeah. There was no oil that I could see easily. I think it all comes down to running the coal. That'll be fine, yeah, probably. Coal, yeah, I'd rather export gravel. That thing is unreliable. We need coal for our trains, we need coal for our heating. It's gonna be unreliable, but we also need coal for bricks, which is our construction material. It might be unreliable, but it might be a good resource. Also, apparently me filling up the construction material storage might have an impact on the resource prices. I should take out a loan before I run bankrupt from an import and everyone dies because of lack of heating. Then the power imports stop. Oh, happiness already dropped. Did it already happen? We had a little bit of a drop. I'm not exporting wood fast enough with this method. But maybe it'll change the wood price if I don't export that much. Oh god, wood has even dropped more. No comment. No one wants wood. Yeah. Fire station. Clinic. I'm thinking hospital here. It's not that much more expensive, just takes a lot of workers to set up. Plus we have a medical university here, so it feels right. Press start high, never crash. I like gold standard in this game. Rush food industries nowadays for early start with crops. Yeah. I was thinking of importing crops either by train or by ship. Probably by train because we already have it set up, and trains are more maintenance and fuel efficient than ships. No one can move in. Guess we'll start building. I'm gonna build like a plaza on that side. I'm gonna have both the clinic and the hospital? Just the hospital and the fire station. Oh, I built a clinic. I thought that was a fire station. Just built that one. Thank you. Too large. Can't have that fire station. I guess we will set up multiple smaller ones. And for the first decade, food is usually the second most expensive after steel. For us, that's already fuel. Not excluding, including fabric right now. But yeah, steel, then fuel, then bricks, then gravel, then fabric, and then food. Bricks have been increased in price because I'm filling a resource storage with them right now. Gravel, not so much. We imported a lot of gravel so far, and we stopped importing. At least we shouldn't import anymore. Yeah. Fabric is something we import to make our own clothing and then also export excess. And it took a while to overfill the resource storage. But now export of clothing has begun, and it prevents us from importing expensive clothing. Just need to bring more workers here to make this run a little bit more efficiently. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to take out a loan. Let's do 1 million. No, let's do it in 500,000 chunks, I guess. Is the other construction office done? Yes. You all make your way over there. No automatic construction. Actually, I guess you can be on automatic construction, but you shouldn't be in range of the other settlement. Otherwise you're gonna assign yourself to everything. No resources, but workers need to be assigned. Actually, we can have that on the second assignment, I guess. No, let's leave that on auto search, but not buildings. We can still manually assign it to building construction. It's mostly supposed for footpath. But the excavator is supposed to handle foundation construction. But that only matters when we're starting new buildings, and that's not happening right now. I think this low quality flat right next to the heating plant might be fine. It's ridiculous, but yeah. They do seem to suffer some unhappiness from it, I think. But also the quality of flat is really low, so 58% I guess isn't that bad. Clinic still not overworked? No, not really. We lost some highly educated. I need to bring more migrants in, but other than that, not really. It's only because we're lacking highly educated. It would have more capacity, normally. We have enough staff, not enough doctors right now. And we can still put it up to 7 workers each. Sorry to bother. Can you explain how you've set up the storage construction office train line at Settlement 2? Part confuses you? I've just set the train to have cargo wagons assigned to certain resources. So the loading and unloading commands are always 100%. But the train has cargo wagons dedicated to certain cargo. So the first 6 train cars are all set to hold only steel. The next 7 train cars are set to hold only bricks. And the last 7 train cars are hauled to only boards. So when I set up 100% loading of boards, only the train cars that are supposed to load boards are loading boards. And that's how that can work. So I could also wait until unloaded for a certain resource and it would only check those wagons. You're welcome. And then construction vehicles drive all the way there and use the materials in that storage. Yep, I assigned them for steel bricks and boards to pick up from that storage. Workers they're picking up from the other settlement, and gravel is getting produced here, asphalt and concrete from the customs house, mechanical components and electronic components from the customs house as well. No more snow for 5 months. Let's get some construction work done. You're right. Yep, we're using mostly bricks. Could probably lower the amount of train cars for steel. Or just buy more cargo wagons, I guess. Especially since we're not keeping up with the export of boards. That'll lead to too many pedestrian crossings if I upgrade this to asphalt at some point. I think this is okay. What do you mean? Oh god, this isn't connected. Come on, demolition office. Remove that footpath. It didn't connect correctly. Happens quite often this time. I don't know why. So like, this is higher density housing. We're gonna set this up, make sure it runs. They will need a sports facility after, not for the initial setup. They will also need a school and a kindergarten. We can replace these with higher capacity buildings after. I just want the settlement to start running. Get ourselves access to enough highly educated people on our own. So we don't have to hire migrants anymore. It's not really that expensive right now, since we only need like 5 every 10 years, every couple of years or so. But it will add up. Those will become more and more expensive. I guess we could build a proper school already. I'm putting a lot of trust into the heat exchanger, but it seemed like it was working fine. I should check if we had a significant population death this year. We didn't. So this was probably just our first migrant wave. I'm okay with that. I don't think I can imagine running this settlement with just trucks that far away from the border. And we're not even that far yet, like it's still within the first square quadrant of the map. But it feels like we already got a lot of distance. In our relentless struggle for the liberation of labor from the yoke of capitalist exploitation, we must not neglect the material foundations upon which the new socialist society must be built. Transport, like the means of production, is not neutral. It is a class weapon. It can be wielded either in service of monopoly capital or in service of the toiling masses. It is in this regard that I raise before the working people the question of a cableway. Simple, revolutionary solution. Well, I haven't even set up a technical university yet, so don't think cableway is limited in any regard other than we just need to research it. Strange. That too, yes. Okay, quarried stone prices have stabilized. I'm not sure how much construction we can get done. Don't think it's gonna be too much. Should I bring in some more excavators? You're not doing anything. Oh, demolition is done. Good, please hook up the heat exchanger properly this time. Thank you. We're doing paragraphs now, yeah. Lots of reading. Oh, I don't like that. Hook it up here. Step up your airport request game. Please, no. I don't want to. Because of me, you're playing News Tower? Arc Editor. What did I do? I hope it's fun for you. People blaming me for games they're playing. It never stops. Oh god. 4-4. Stop sending stuff to ChatGPT. I'm not reading that. I will refuse. When I said I felt better, I meant... Never mind. I think next year we'll be able to move people in, latest. I'm wondering if I'm missing something important. I mean monuments obviously, but other than that, I don't think so. I'll move the kindergarten somewhere else and make this a square for a monument. In front of the hospital. You're missing you know what? Yes, cableways, I know. And fences, lots and lots of fences. Trams, of course. I'm kind of like in favor of electrifying our like city internal transportation, so I need less fuel. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to set up like an oil refinery. I mean, I don't want to set up an oil refinery, but look at those fuel prices again. It's horrible. The game is forcing me to set up more refineries. And I don't like that. It's time for change. I told you to locate oil earlier. I'm not going to scroll over the map and look for oil. I looked at oil anywhere in our close vicinity and it wasn't there. And anything further away is like, okay, where do we go? Like, how do we get... There's some oil. How do we get like people over here to a fire station that lives over there? There's also ducks in the area. Here's some oil too. a tiny bit. More here. Like, I can't have a settlement over there that easily. Around lakes usually. Really. But yeah, how are we supposed to get over there? Well, we would have to slowly develop like settlements and the rail infrastructure towards that area, and that would just like increase consumption of everything else. I think we could set up a refinery and import oil and turn it into fuel. That's always profitable. Airfields. You can't fly liquids. You know that. They made that illegal. With ships? Ships would be a possibility. I like trains more because ships would be consuming a lot of fuel to transport the oil. But it would still be profitable, I think. And I guess the harbor that is refueling them, or like making them load the fuel, could also refuel them with the fuel. We can set up villages and hook them with trains. That would still require a lot of steel to build the train tracks. Mostly for the bridges. To supply fire station workers. You want me to run passenger trains for fire station workers? Oh my god. Don't say the alternative is airports for fire station workers. I will consider a break for today. With this setup we have to build the water purification setup, probably down here. Technical service, water purification, pump, and water well. Airfield for workers and trains just to the nearest border. Stop honking. And waste management here is also going to be an issue. Because even the small settlement is already like making our village quite busy. I need a waste storage down there. I think we're gonna build the other houses too. Like, this is ridiculous. We're just like building around the heating plant. I love it. It's probably gonna come back and be like, oh, no pollution actually exists and everyone dies. Maybe brick buildings are the future for pollution resistance. More. The more workers we have here, the more can go to the clothing factory. And maybe at some point give us a profit. Okay, that one covers everything at least. Clinic right next to the pollution to cancel it out. Could be a strategy. mean, it's not that far away. I only have to walk 220 meters. Okay, looks like we are now keeping up with board exports. Good. Probably because consumption is going up and we're using more inside. Actually, that doesn't matter. Even if we don't use any boards here, the rest would still go to the customs house, so I guess the train is just running better because there's no more rail construction happening. Don't think there's a different water purification setup too. We still need the chemicals. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not a lot of food. That is fine. Yep, 30 tons of chemicals. It's gonna be super expensive, but that's fine. I think you might also not need plastics for these cars. It's probably just for modern vehicles. Electronic components maybe too. Like maybe it is just mechanical components and steel for the vehicles. Haven't tested that thoroughly yet. I don't think so. It might not be necessary. We didn't let the vehicle deteriorate enough for being able to see that. So we can't really check. Okay, they will need electronic components, but no fabric, no plastics so far. Oh. You should be getting some repairs. What's happening here? That is an open hull truck that shouldn't be in there. I don't know how that happened. Maybe I changed its workplace while it was getting repairs or something. So much material on the train, yes. We could run a lot more construction. We're mainly limited on workers now, I think. Building things up. And they're sending the people to buildings that don't actually have a road crane. So let me fix that by getting some more road cranes. Could build a second line of track up the hill. Could build the customs house out. I think the customs house doesn't need expansion for a while. We will have to run a passenger train, or not a passenger, resource train for our citizens' goods up here, which is probably going to be a separate train. And that one might not be 450 meters long. Nope, music stopped. It did hold out very well for almost 7 hours. Oh yeah, let's try that one. I have a different video. Oh, sorry. Didn't change the volume on that yet. Hopefully everyone's awake now. We're still with Carl Casey. I need to assemble the train for the citizen goods. We're gonna make it one train car per resource type, and then see what we can't like bring enough of. Definitely more train cars for food though. And we also need to pick a different steam locomotive. But we don't have that many which are slow. Could try the BR-81, I guess. Could pick a different, faster one. They're still going to be limited by the speed of wooden tracks, I guess. Are you making or still borrowing? We started borrowing 500,000 and we're dropping still. But you gotta spend money to make money, right? Right? 70 kilometers an hour is top speed. It should be a cheap one. I might just try the BR-81. Yeah, sure. That one has the same issue with the running gear for now. Alright, let's assemble a train. That one is just better, is it not? 9 meters, 12 meters, but completely same capacity, just cheaper. So the Castle G is just better. Probably not set correctly yet. Let me write that down. Okay, we're gonna go with the cheaper option then, I guess. Cheaper, lighter, shorter, same capacity. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 train cars, plus however many we want for food. Let's add 5 train cars for food. Something other than the BR-80? Yeah, the BR-81. Same speed, 1 meter longer, and otherwise pretty much the same. I think we can handle that. Also top speed of 45. Even has coal in the back. So much extra fuel usage. That's true. But I wanted to see if it had different behavior with the animation. Okay, game, that was not very clever. Not very clever. Because now we're not going to be able to go past each other. Not a fan. Why did that happen? Because the train was able to just go to the refueling station, I guess. I guess we need to double track this properly. For now, the trains are not that long yet, so we can use that as a workaround. OMG, pretty steam trains. Yes. Hello, Alfredo Paul. The ones we have bought unfortunately don't have animated running gear yet, but several of them do. Just the ones we picked unfortunately don't. We're able to pick up all but one. 4, 8, 11 train cars. Why scrap? It's at the... Alright, small shopping center is ready. Is the new DLC to my expectations? It's getting there. There are some things missing in it. which are supposed, I think, to come with the release version, hopefully. Like more vehicles, I think. Some more buildings are planned, as far as I know. We also need to bring fuel here for every vehicle in the city. I don't know if I could run a city on just the vehicles that are available at that time. Not having a Russo Bolt with the high capacity. I need that thing during winter, especially. And meat delivery here are gonna be pretty bad anyway. That meat storage though, oof. Probably gonna have to set up a meat storage that always receives deliveries by distribution office and then pick it up from there. We can make a dedicated route for it. Oh my god, we're using so much money. What are you doing? There you go. I probably need a train station to unload meat. I think maybe that meat storage is in a bad spot. But if we're doing that, then I might also set up like a grain unloading and produce my own meat locally right away. Just import grain and have like food production, meat production in the same spot. And this would be the intermediate storage for the settlement where we can drive it to. Happiness dropped by a bit. Also need to build the heating plant, of course. Bring coal to it, also important. In the beginning, distribution office, later on from the own coal mine. Oh, they managed to go past each other. Lovely. Because the other train, the small train with no wagons, didn't need to refuel, so it didn't move. Okay, it's our train. Customs house. And then here. And then wait until unloaded for food. And then unload one more time and go back. And then we have to set the train cars. Chemicals. Fabric. Alcohol. I'll add the food at the end. Clothing. Clothing we don't have to import. That's going to be for export basically. Electronic components. Mechanical. And plastic. So load all of that. Unload clothing. Unload everything. And then load clothing. And that should be it. I hope. Means that the truck here just goes to the warehouse now instead of the customs house. But someone will have to drive clothing to Gukozhny. I guess the distribution office could pick up from this factory. How am I going to do that? Bunch of food and everything else gets their own card. Nice ratio. Yeah. I could have left the other ones to take everything and then filled up with food first before filling up the individual cards. But I just gave everything its own train card right now. From here, load clothing, unload fabric to the warehouse where it's inverse. Unload clothing, load fabric. And then I don't know what to do with the fabric store here. I think I'm gonna relocate the distribution office and pick up from the warehouse too. Kiosk, small store, grocer, and warehouse. That is fine. Meat you still have to pick up from the border, I guess. Which is gonna make this quite the trip. Having to transport food all the way across, I will need a local storage, I think. We can basically store some food in here. Maybe I shouldn't mess too much with this right now. This is our whole population. At the current time. Wait, wasn't it 4 things? What am I missing? Grocer, alcohol kiosk, warehouse, and... what else? Store. There we go. And yes, you'll have to pick up clothing from here, I guess. That's not gonna work at all. Because we always move more clothing into the warehouse here. So it wouldn't really do that. I guess you can still pick it up from the border. Saves us a bunch of fuel from transportation, I guess. What? Oh, I see. I know what's up. Because there's no signal here right now, so it was already on the line. Okay, now it should be fixed. I'm gonna still have the same issue with the clothing here. I might have an idea how to solve it. With this one, we don't unload the clothing into the warehouse first, we unload it into the clothing store, into the shopping center. And then we can pick it up from the shopping center with the other distribution office. So we don't have to import it from the border. I just realized that the large heating plant cannot use road cranes for construction. So that thing is going to take a while to build. I noted it down. I'm gonna report that, I think. You're unloading clothes in the clothing plant? Are you sure? Did I set that up incorrectly? We're loading clothing, we're unloading fabric. We're unloading clothing in the shopping center. Then we're unloading the rest of the clothing in the train station and loading fabric from it. Should be set up correctly. Distribution office for city. Unselected loading of clothing. Should be set up correctly. Oh, we're loading from here. That is correct. We're loading from this shopping center and bringing it to the other city. This is gonna be our storage for clothing that they can pick up clothing from and transport it to the villages. So that was intentional. Which should work, I think. The heating clothing. I'm confused. This closing, this is distribution office. We're loading it either... Oh, we're unloading it here. Thank you, that's what we meant. Round robin clothing. That large heating plant's gonna take forever to build. Out of meat again. Should be able to import from the border. Maybe the vehicle's getting repaired. It should be getting repaired, but it isn't. I might have to set it to 30% for road vehicle repairs, 20%. The repairs are quick, but since most vehicles have to have like a repair vehicle sent to them, rather than them driving into the repair station, getting a quick checkup and then going back, tis a bit much. I'm gonna set it to 30. See if they can keep up with that, if not 40, and we'll see. Well, we almost went through all of our money with those imports. Tis a lot. And the snow is back. Lack of meat. Yeah, happens. Probably don't need the footpath here. At least not right now. Okay, that needs a report. That's why we do these things. I might have to take out the next loan. Oh, this is not ideal. I mean, the train for the citizen goods is going to stop as soon as we run full on food, I guess. Which is not for 3 more deliveries. By then every other resource is probably close to full too. Let's do a quick glance at like life expectancy. I don't know. We're doing pretty well for being right next to the heating plant. We're doing pretty poorly in the building that's being reconstructed. Fix a small clinic. Reduced capacity in the clinic could be an issue. It just needs workers and a road crane. Not a problem. I think I can make the resource train wait until unloaded for bricks too. If we weren't using it for exporting the lumber, I guess. Why didn't you load any clothing? Because there was none, I guess? Looks like it. Oh, you're still mistaken. At the clothing factory you need to wait until unloaded for fabric, otherwise no point in moving around. Well, the problem is now that... Actually there's no problem. They can still consume enough fabric for you to not run into any issues. Just have to wait. So the initial goal for this area is to run the clothing factory close to 100% before we can consider maybe developing towards the coal mine idea. The clothing factory might put us on a profitable path, especially since we have the transportation done with the train, which should be quite efficient, at least for most of the road. I will probably turn off the rail construction office, because that will mean more workers going to the other areas. Oh, go back, there's no workers in here. Well, technically there are, but they're not allowed to work right now. Also, there's no coal in here. So hopefully we'll have more construction workers available now. Once they're done with building the flats over here, that is. You know what? We're gonna turn off workers being allowed directly on the construction site for these. It's gonna be some time until those get built, and they should finish the maintenance of existing buildings first. There we go, that's looking better. No road cranes for this is painful to watch, but that's something I need to add to the support construction office here, and then it might get used. All the road cranes are hanging around in the university. Guess we'll focus priority on that building then, if all the road cranes are in there. Might as well. Yeah, life expectancy around the old heating plant seems fine. It's gonna drop more and more, but didn't drop below 65 years, which I said I would be okay with. Maybe that's because there's so few people here that someone died and someone else immediately moved in. But I think they're doing okay. Wait, why is there 20 in there? Didn't it say it had a capacity of 10? Oh, 20. Oh, this one has 10. Okay, no, then it makes sense. This one is 2 times the blueprint of that one. Huh. Sure, I guess. Everyone's sending buses up here now. I really cannot run out of money when I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna refresh the loan. Or like, take another loan. I'm gonna reset them with the next loan, I think. Alright, finally a construction office bus bringing workers here. Yeah, I do wonder if pollution will increase in its effect at some point, but right now we're doing okay with it. Live train reaction, yeah. Didn't say anything, was speechless. Okay, with the next train, it'll wait here until food has been actually consumed. How did you actually get meat? By one delivery from the Gukozhny distribution office, I see. Have to write something else down. The honking is starting to annoy you, not gonna lie. Well, we're gonna be honking until Thursday, probably. There is no honk-free vehicles yet available. Yeah, if this was a normal small heating plant and I would build a house like that, I would assume they were at like 50 life expectancy. Maybe 55, but this is This is kinda cool. You know what? Finish other buildings first. We can have people move in here, and when they live here, they can finish the medical university. Make sure some houses are done. Make sure the heating plant is done. Send some workers to the heating plant. For these citizens, honking is a cultural tradition. They have a whole language made from honks. For example, one short honk translates to hello. Yeah, it's just people meeting each other all the time. Beginning of winter, sports enjoyment jumped up to 9%, but that's gonna drop again during winter, of course. Can't have too high sports enjoyment. So everything will have to wait for the heating plant. I thought since we had road cranes that one would finish faster, but that's not going to work. This is so bad. You know what my next village is gonna look like heating plants surrounded by houses. It's gonna be beautiful. Maybe this is maybe it's just on Siberia. Maybe Siberia is different now these days. I don't know. Might be worth experimenting on a default map of this. Lots of crime happening now. Unemployment due to no workplace. Unbelievable. Population graph still a steady, slow climb. Loyalty is now down to 33%, which is not great. Come on, you can make it. Come on. No! Oh, I looked at the wrong time. You're making it. I looked at total time traveled and it was going to 4 hours, but travel in vehicle is still below 4 hours. They're fine. Yeah, that heating plant's gonna take a while. So probably moving in people next year. Wait. Unload? Wait until unloaded. You have it all wrong. You were supposed to wait until unloaded for food. There we go. But yeah, not having access to road cranes makes you feel really slow, but then 1932, first road crane, everything speeds up. Relatively, of course. I'm not sure if there's going to be road cranes available before 1932. I mean, we were still able to move in people in the first year, even without road cranes, just at a smaller scale. And I forgot clothing. But other than that, it worked. Where's the road crane here? It's still on its way down here, isn't it? Winter. We're gonna have no better snowplows until 58 or whatever it was. Every area needs its own road cranes. Every area needs to be like independent with the road vehicles and then transportation just by train, I feel like. That's a lot of people. I did allow them to walk to the construction site directly, which means no one's going up there and probably staffing the fire station reliably anymore. Ah, there's the road crane. Yeah, even with some vitamins, the health of the people right next to the heating plant might just improve. Maybe the medical university is gonna be really good for us. I'm still debating improved alcohol versus like reduced pollution. Oh, look at that, we actually have some people who are affected by pollution. That might be the people living right next to the heating plant. 15 people. It's not that bad, it's fine. That means maybe the large heating plant is also not necessary, just put down a bunch of small heating plants and run a city that way. Until you centralize into a large heating plant. But for here we have already planned it, so we're gonna build that, of course. We kinda have to. $150 people now affected by pollution. Dropping lifespan by 2.3 years on average. Down to 66 years. It's still pretty good for how close this building is, I would say. Plus this will not hold any highly educated people, so should still be fine. Maybe I should make a building that is further away, the house for highly educated, so pollution is less of an issue. Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate that the trains can go to a fuel station even if the signal technically is red. Wow. 30 workers inside the clothing factory. I should probably send them over to the heating plant construction. Fire station, heating plant. Not even gravel is necessary right now. I don't think. I mean, we're still transporting gravel, I guess. By truck. How much is that? 47. Yeah, I mean, price hasn't really changed much, I don't think. In recent time. Fuel is thinking about killing us. Wood is thinking about letting us die. Steel is cheap. And yeah, the idea of the food factory and distillery, especially with that high of an alcohol addiction, is becoming quite possible. Probably even with the city. But running food production and a coal mine, I mean, it's not a small space. Just would have to use some higher density housing, I guess. This construction will take a bit. Oh, we need to allow people to walk to the heating plant, then it will work. I forbid that. Then I can also just let them go wherever, and some of them will go to the heating plant construction site. Forgot I set that to 0. Okay, we're gonna run the rail construction with 4 workers because they can build it very, very slowly. Still not sure why there's no coal being delivered here. Did I mess something up with this? It's the wrong... Oh, that's scrap. We unassigned the dump truck for coal deliveries. Oh yeah, because one of the aggregate storages ran empty and they were all driving to the rail construction office. I think heating is more reliable. We're still very close to the heating plant, of course. I don't think we dropped below 65 life expectancy. Happiness is pretty terrible, but it's a low quality rural flat right next to the heating plant. It's meant to be that bad. It's quite a frigid temperature. Yes. Hello, friendly local. 'Tis Siberia, where it gets cold up to -46 degrees Celsius. And people sleep warm in our settlement right next to the heating plant. It's 1937. It's normal. Yeah, these ones also have quite low happiness, so it's not necessarily just from being next to the heating plant. Of the backlog of unfinished footpaths, you just dump the gravel and never bother to send any buses. That's why I usually have like a singular construction office who has the smallest buses available or personal cars and can construct everything but buildings. And then that problem usually goes away on its own pretty quickly. like that one, but it only has one vehicle right now. Still no personal cars, unfortunately. It's usually better when there's a closer pickup for passengers and it's not winter 7 months of the year. They always prioritize roads, it's rather annoying. True. I mean, you can also untick that, but they kind of need to be set to roads too, for when they're too short to be built. Usually you have enough mechanisms so it doesn't take too long for the longer roads, and the shorter ones will be automated with such a setup as well. For me, if it's a short path to use mechanism, I just leave it dirt. Ah, okay. That also works. I think the first tech will probably be improved alcohol. We will have 2 researches available based on low tech. I think improved alcohol and we need a castle for researching distribution offices. By castle I mean a small headquarters of the party, Tower of London, which I'm repurposing as a generic Eastern European castle. I think we're losing people now. Yeah, population graph is dipping a little bit. Might not be good that they're refilling these houses first. I might have to get some more migrants. It might be a combination of everything. Like, sports enjoyment is also good for health, I guess. So if they have access to more sport, maybe it would be better for them. We're planning on setting that up in the next settlement, but not in the beginning. I have not built a culture building yet either. Oh, man. Old school cinema. I guess it would work with the plaza that I wanted to do, like more of a park area in between here, with some cultural buildings. We need open border policy, this is annoying. Importing humans like cattle is stupid. We're paying them to encourage migration, because there's 0 migration right now. Okay, the rest of the clothing will go to export. Once the train can run again. We have a house. People could theoretically move in, but it would be a bad idea without the heating plant running. Once the heating plant has been built, the only thing we have to set up is a route to allow coal to go into the heating plant, of course. Well, that's pretty much it. Gonna use a large truck for the large heating plant. And then the first order of business for this settlement would probably be local water purification. Chemicals are already available locally. We just have to set up the buildings and a technical service next to it. And the plan was to have that here next to the building materials. Somewhere here, in walking distance of several houses. Behind the medical university, probably. You know what Super Deno wants to do. Fly. It'll always come back to airports. Bit concerned with the lack of workers in the fire station. But yeah, maybe large quantities of people carried by train would be kinda nice. Retrofitting a train station in here wouldn't be too difficult. We would just have to move the kindergarten and these two houses, I think. Well, it depends on how long our passenger trains would be. Might be easier to fit a tram, or are they all dependent on electricity? Trams are all electricity, I think. And I do not want to lay electrified road across the whole range. We could run them over the train tracks, I guess, but no, not with electrification. So yeah, not possible. Alcohol addiction of 89%. And I don't think it's influencing their productivity much. I think we're just dropping... maybe. I think we're just dropping because of, like, loyalty dropping now. 32%. Come on. I might have to shut down the clothing factory. until the heating plant is built. We're not getting any exports anyway until the city is running. And we're starting to use up the food. At least the first city is going to provide us with highly educated workers, a large pool of workers for an industry, in this case the clothing factory, and research possibility. These excavators are also 14 tons, so I don't think we can carry them with any truck right now. They have to drive to their construction site on their own. Really? They just dropped out right in front of the bus stop. Dang it. Something must have slowed them down. I need 1,434 workers to finish that construction. It is localized when the car is honking so loud. I can hear it in the right earphones or left earphones, wherever it is coming from. But it's pretty much always the same volume. Time to plant trees. Yeah, there's still a lot of wood lying around, but I guess so. Hello, Archer. Welcome. This should be large enough to run the settlement initially, I think. We should be able to build everything up from here. Just basically waiting on the heating plant. The rest is not that difficult to build. How's the grid? That way, okay. Haven't looked at the grid in a long time. Guess we kind of build at like almost 45 degrees. No, almost aligned with the grid. Huh. Neat. I might have to give like a population boost. Otherwise it could be that they're all moving into that building and suffering from the health ill effects. I take that back, it looks fine. Yeah, no more migration, it's fine. Well, we still need highly educated every now and then. For example, right now we're lacking 5. But yeah, once we have a university, we don't have to do that anymore. And I will keep the amount of highly educated people limited based on the setting where highly educated people can move into. In this case, probably into this corner building. 50 highly educated for the city, for the hospital, the university, the school. For now. Don't do that. That was the wrong checkbox. That could have been a problem for someone who would have relocated there. But yeah, this one would just hold highly educated. Looks like almost everything is built. Monument, low priority. Medical university, low priority. And paused. We can build that once people live here. I need to bring in some fire trucks. Also, it's been another 4 hours, so presumably we might get another crash soon. If it still happens at the same rate. And this time I should check the log file first, to not forget. See if anything interesting is in there. The other situation with the whole setup of the university being here and not too many highly educated people existing and like fine control is that we can really focus our efforts with loyalty onto that single building, I think. Which I haven't done yet, but we can. Putting lots of monuments around it to try and persuade the people running our education facilities that everything is really great. Perfect. And also we only need a secret police around this area to make sure we know the loyalty of the highly educated population. In the settlement that does have the university. Like the villages, as soon as the highly educated people relocate in the villages, we don't care anymore. They wouldn't relocate back, they just work there until they're done and the rest is fine. for waste storage. Yep, all hinging on the heating plant now. The rest has been built to the point where people could move into. How do you get by without a heating plant currently? Hello Kratos. No one lives here right now. The clothing factory and other buildings function without a heating plant. And the people that are in my republic live over in Gugoshny, where we're picking up the workers from and transporting them over to build the new settlement. And over here we have a heating plant smack dab in the middle of the settlement, with people living right next to it and being okay-ish. So yeah, this is basically the second settlement under construction right now. Hoping for it to finish soon. It's all waiting on the heating plant. The rest has been set up. Minus maybe the cinema and, well, we still want to have better entertainment, loads and loads more housing. But I want the settlement to be started up so we can pick up like workers from here to run the heating plant and the like. So most people are currently focused on the construction of the heating plant. Well, right now there's a different house being built and that's attracting a lot of workers. I guess not. Then I don't know where all the workers are. I joined just... no, but how do we start construction on realistic difficulty? Did you start from 0? Yes, we started from 0. You start with 3 construction offices that don't cost anything to place. And then you import materials from the border with that. So you can get all the resources from the border and foreign workers who help you build your buildings in the beginning. You start with dirt roads, because gravel roads require construction and you can't move over them without them being fully built. So here we have, for example, a dirt road and some gravel roads. And you just start from that. Make sure to deactivate citizens from moving in before you place houses in realistic mode, otherwise when they get built they immediately fill with workers and then heating is probably not ready yet. Oh, you place the construction offices really close to the border, you don't need homes for the initial workers? You do, but like I said, there's foreign workers here from the border that you need. I had them all set up here. There's no more construction offices near this. This is just distribution offices, because I don't have distribution offices researched yet, so I'm still relying on the free distribution offices. But yeah, you get everything. You don't need houses for the free workers, for the foreign workers. They just get transported to the construction site and then they vanish again. And then you build like a shopping center, a pub, culture building, some houses, a heating plant, everything you need for a settlement. And then at some point you just go, okay, now I'm gonna get migrants and fill out the houses. Some highly educated people to run things like the clinic, the school. And then it just springs to life and you get your own people via population growth. And hopefully some highly educated people due to having a university and keeping everyone loyal and happy will hopefully work out. And then you keep doing that, which is what we're doing on the second settlement, except we're not picking up people from the border anymore. We're picking them up from our own settlement. But we're still picking up resources from the border and transporting them here by train. Because it's faster. The trucks are kind of slow and low capacity. Capacity is okay, but they're quite slow. They can drive 30 kilometers an hour on the gravel at most. I'm waiting on the heating plant to finish. That's what I'm waiting on. And since I can't use road cranes on it, it's a bit of a slog. I'm tempted to set up a small heating plant right now. To get this, like, to already start working. We could probably finish a small heating plant before the large heating plant is done. Thank you for the follow, Pyron. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. If I set up a small heating plant, wouldn't really extend our range much. But yeah, the small heating plant doesn't seem to be that bad with pollution. Should we set up a small heating plant or should I just wait? I think this is going to take forever. I mean, it's probably going to be better in a month when the snow melts and then road transportation is going to be improved. I feel like we should have more workers on the buses transporting up here. I'm also already thinking about fitting a passenger train station in here, because we might retrofit that into the whole setup. I'm not sure how, but I'm thinking about it. Smaller passenger trains, not 450 meters. Like maybe 2 or 3 passenger train cars. I guess I can look where the workers are. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And also still some being transported here to probably the cinema. I think I'm gonna postpone that one. Put it on low priority first and then suspend it. Because once the people move in here, they can build that up really, really quickly. They should focus on the heating plant. Oh, they brought that to some footpaths, right. Why can't you use the road cranes on the heating plant? Because it doesn't have a slot for it, which I think is a setting that didn't get set for the building for some reason. Like the cinema can use 2 road cranes, and this one has none, no slots available. We're only at 18% capacity for the heat exchanger, lots and lots of capacity left. Yeah, it's not great. It's just a matter of like bringing enough workers here. We could pick up some foreign workers, I guess, to try and accelerate things. Wouldn't be too expensive. Also gives me a chance to try out the new buses that we haven't looked at yet. The Gaggenau C40. Oh my god. They have an actual driver. I didn't know it was possible. So we're just gonna send a lot of people over there and hope that they finish the construction quickly through the end station, and there we go. Drivers, what is this weird technology? Yeah, they must have updated their drivers. I don't know. Does first person work fine? Yes. Even with a driver, it works flawlessly. No one in here though. Why not? You have people. You have people. You have no one. Go back to the customs house, try again. The foreign workers should have plenty of time to get up there, I think. Actually, it does seem pretty bad. Time progresses rather quickly for them. It might not be possible to get them there. That would be a waste of money then. I guess we'll have to keep monitoring that, but I thought with 12 hours travel distance it would be easily possible to get there. Maybe if I do a intermediate stop here. Let's do that. For the future. They're driven with the spirit of communism. Yeah. Phone call, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Music has stopped again. Let's restart it. Okay. Okay, they cut down the work time by like 200 work days, so if we do that 4 more times, we should be okay. It might be doable this year. I mean, it should be doable this year, especially with the faster transportation. But once that is done, we need to turn off the foreign workers again. We could consider moving in people already when temperature hits like 15 degrees, but I'm not going to risk it. I want the heating plant to be pre-charged. Why are you on the bus stop? You have food, you have culture, you have no demand, but you still went to the bus stop. Probably because of the cool statue we have next to it. $800 work days. Yeah, the local constructions here we can finish with the people that have moved in. Cinema will be quick. Medical university after. Then we'll start making our own highly educated people. And then maybe improve the loyalty. I really want to move people in right now. I guess the bus route I have set up from the customs house to bring workers to the heating plant, we will just change to drive between the city's center currently and the heating area. It's gonna be 30 people per bus. It's not gonna be bad. So maybe we'll have settlement number 2 up in 1937. And with the settlement, we should get a reasonably high population count where future construction shouldn't hopefully be slower, but faster. I mean, the next settlement would be another village, I think. I think over here. I don't know if there's anything mineable on that side. We did find oil once we get over this area, but no coal? I mean, if there's iron here, that would be perfect, I guess. No iron. Oh, there's iron here. Oh god. Looks like it's gonna be Steel Mill City. Because we have coal and iron right next to each other. Maybe steel mill, maybe. Would need a technical university so we can research it. I'm still going through money so quickly. But hopefully more workers here means more people for the clothing production and some exports. If the clothing factory can fund us to the point where we have a coal mine, iron mine and steel mill, that would be great. Would even use cableway cars to feed those mines, I think. Children yearn for the mines, yeah. I'm not reading that. 404? Sorry. Too much text. Speaking of steel mill, did they add one in this? No steel mill, no. It's still the same one. No early start steel mill. Also still the same mines and processing plants. I feel like our population count is stagnating / dropping. Maybe this whole area is now putting the area into decline because of pollution, killing off people quicker than it should. But like, if the settlement has a slight population deficit, that's fine. The city will have a population what's the opposite of a deficit? Surplus. What is our highest import? Fuel. So much fuel. Last year we filled construction material storages and the warehouse full of food. But overall fuel is our main concern. Steel is a resource we consume when we're expanding and for repairing our existing infrastructure, but we can regulate that. Fuel is pretty bad at that price. Less than 300 work days for the heating plant. Maybe not in the pre-release, there's still hope. They might be adding some, maybe. I was hoping for smaller mines that didn't require as much tunneling to be functional. Because I was worried with the amount of like people. But I still think even the regular mines are fine and forces you to build them like in walking distance, which is kind of cool. Once we go over 2 million, I might take out a loan of 2 million as a refresh, because if we don't, I can't really combine them to 2 million after. And we'll have to focus our efforts on expanding the settlement to get enough workers for the clothing factory, and the expansion of the settlement itself, and the coal mine / apparently now also iron mine and steel mill, which needs to be hooked up to the train network. Which I guess we have to build somewhere. Might run cableway stations to it. I'm not sure yet. 150 work days. Alright. Looks like also today is a longer stream. The painkiller did help. Hasn't crashed yet. I miss my streams, man. Well, workers and resources had to go on hiatus, so I wouldn't be burned out when we returned with early start. Okay. Heating plant is basically ready. We'll have to drive coal into it. At some point we might have to bring the coal in from the coal processing plant, or just have a conveyor leading into it. Alright. Workers back here. There you go. $12 outside right now, perfect time to have people move in. It's consuming 5.6 tons of coal per day, and we should be able to load that with a truck from the storage. Question is if we can transport it here fast enough. Oh, come on. Work the heating plant. I think it's ready to move people in, so let's do that. It's gonna be expensive. And let's see if we forgot anything. House of Culture, Cinema, should be built up pretty quickly. We definitely do not need that many teachers and staff inside the school. Waste handling is what we forgot. I forgot. And the kindergarten. And the sports facility, but that was kind of planned. Is that the entrance? Looks way too fancy. And the water setup needs to be done to make sure they don't run into issues with the water supply. Consumption is fairly low, but before we expand more and more houses, something we have to do. Alright. University, cinema, kindergarten, indoor pool for sports even during winter, which is most of the year. Probably some monument up there too. $145,000 spent on migrants. No one is willing to go to the bus stop yet. I'm not sure we would have enough people to do that anyway, even with all constructions done. Well, hopefully we'll finish the garbage storage constructions soon. They just need to bring the resources. The people to build it are already here. The slow part is going to be the concrete delivery from the customs house. Okay, waste spill. Not ideal. It's going to create pollution, make people sick. Need something central to store concrete. Well, we can't store concrete, but we can produce it centrally once we have a concrete plant next to a gravel processing facility. We could set up one of these and have like the asphalt and concrete plant attached to it. And then just drive quarried stone into it. I didn't plan for that here. This one was really only supposed to hold gravel. But once the construction offices will be relocated, there's going to be more space for maybe 2 more processing plants to consider also making gravel for these facilities or for export. I'm not sure if the price for gravel has changed again. Oh my god. Yeah, the price of that is continues going up, which is also affecting the price of concrete. Is there vanilla train cars that can take cement? Cement, yes, but not concrete. The Wuppertal K can take 17 tons of cement. Not sure if we have a truck that can carry dry bulk. We must have. A Roosevelt, of course. 3.5 tons. Ooh, this is horrible. The hospital overflowing with hazardous waste is pretty terrible. Maybe the incinerator is more important than anything else. Just so we can turn everything to ash and need fewer trucks to transport things. I need a container storage. I need a transfer point. And that way our technical service can dump in here, and from there we can set up a route to transport it away. Yes, it's very classic. That would make everything more efficient. Should probably also set it up in Kokoshny. In the future we could then use that transfer point to transport it not to the customs house, but local waste handling at some point. Okay, we might lose a few people because of this. Doesn't seem to be ticking up too fast, so maybe the health impact is gonna be not that bad. But it's less than ideal. That way I can have a dedicated vehicle for hazardous waste and regular waste. And it's not going to interfere with the building maintenance either. Low priority on the kindergarten and indoor pool. Focus on the other buildings, please. Come on, bring the concrete here. Someone. Especially now that it's not snowed in. Shouldn't take too long. I think starting with gravel processing, concrete, maybe asphalt, fire station might be a good way to get things started, and then building up to a train station for the resource deliveries. I mean, this one is going to be close enough for the next settlement, I think. Should be pretty good. But like every 2.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, the resource storage could be quite good. There we go. Once the storage is done, that'll prevent the waste spills short term, because it's going to hold a lot more waste inside. Technically, I don't even need to bring the hazardous waste to these storages, now that I think about it, because I'm putting the hazardous waste into a large truck right away, and that one can go to the customs house. I'll take that one back for now. We will not store hazardous waste in an intermediate storage. Now we have as much time left with the medical university as we did with the heating plant. The difference being is that this one actually supports road cranes, so it should be done this year still. Not take too long. Oh, these need prefab panels, I just realized. Huh, well, they have to be picked up from the border. Large waste storages require prefab panels. I wonder if they are going to be added as a variety, a version for early start. Just having to bring prefab panels for the waste storages could be a bit odd. But I guess you don't need a lot of them. I could make some room, I guess. Like 50 tons of prefab panels. Single train car. We don't need that much steel. Depends on when it gets unloaded, I guess. but we will have a tiny amount of prefab panels in here for that purpose. Coal looks still good. Had to fill up the heating plant first, but now consumption should be going down. Already 200 workdays down on the medical university with like less than 10 workers. We'll be fine. Should even be able to start the university with the highly educated people we moved in. As long as they're not dying from pollution related issues before things get resolved here. Probably have a bunch of like monuments and open. I guess it's like, what buildings do we build for them that they use as an attraction building that is cheap? Autodrome, 7 degrees. These all require 7 degrees Celsius outside, which would be unavailable for most of the year. So I guess we're gonna relegate it to like Gallery of the Art, restaurants, museums, and the like. Large-scale Republican Theater. Republic Theater. There we go. Storage for hazardous waste before the next waste spill. Train still slowly unloading food. We will have some clothing available for export once it moves. I guess I could move it once to export what we have, so I can postpone the refreshing of the loan a little bit longer. Honk low money warning, yes. I should refresh it right now. We're at 2 million. I could take out a 2 million loan. It's gonna put us quite low. Water purification next, I think. So a small water treatment plant with a footpath. We could consider running like pipes at some point out of this, but in the beginning we will only have trucks go here, pick up the water and deliver it to the city. We would set up a sewage system first before we would consider water pipes. If we don't do that, we're gonna have a bad time. Because water pipes will increase your water consumption heavily. This can run up to 2 water wells, but right now we only need 1. In the future we might need a second one. That can all go through a single large pump. If I'm going to set up a food factory nearby, I would give that one its own water purification plant, I think. Doesn't like that. Too short of a road, I guess, at least when placed in one go. That would be pretty much everything we need. Then the water trucks can go here to pick up water and deliver it like normal. And I guess we kind of need a sewage discharge too, which can be on this side and just running it down the side of the mountain, or over here. Either or. I'll discharge it on that side, I think. Otherwise I'll have to squeeze a footpath down the other way, and didn't really plan for that, to go over the train tracks easily. Okay. I think that's it. once we have water and waste dealt with, then we can start thinking about expanding the place. I will send this house to go to the bus stop at all times, I think. Just so we have workers available here to make sure that the heating plant is being run. Kindergarten, we're dealing with crime soon. Lack of meat. Meat ran out. The meat did run out. Your meat source is gonna be here. And then we need a truck bringing meat over to this area. Maybe even two, but I think... yeah, sure, let's buy two for now. Lack of meat is kinda bad. That can accumulate to a lot of resentment from the nation. And through the end station too. Got 1 month until winter starts up again. Alright. That waste storage is done as well. Mixed waste goes in here. And we'll have a single truck running that route. From here, wait until loaded to the border. Soon we'll have an incinerator closer to the city, probably next to the mine. And that one will load whatever we dump in there. It should only be waiting until loaded for mixed waste, just to make sure if something gets dropped in there accidentally, it doesn't wait for that. And we might have to add more vehicles, but then I have to take the wait until loaded checkbox out. Otherwise, 2 vehicles would block the entrance for technical service vehicles or maintenance vehicles. And same thing here. Although here it's not as important. It's going to be useful for when we want to maybe incinerate this domestically too. Or maybe even recycle it at some point. Hazardous waste can always go directly to the customs house because we have a large waste truck for that. From the large waste storage. So now a lot less stress with the waste. This could run full, but it's kind of far away from the city. It shouldn't cause immediate issues. But could still be a problem. Everything is hooked up to a waste storage. No residential building is highlighted in green. seems okay. This, when you mouse over technical services, shows you if a building is not connected to either a water tank, a sewage tank, or waste storage. If one of the buildings is green, like the power plant, then something is missing. And for the power plant, it's definitely the waste storage, because water and sewage are hooked up. But I did not build a waste storage in its range because it already has a large internal waste storage, and I didn't feel the need to do that. Now we move that large waste truck in here, no? I guess I got 3 small and 1 large waste truck in there, okay. We're gonna need a lot more waste trucks once we get into industry. I think once you get into like heavy industries like steel, the waste is gonna be enormous for those small vehicles. Mostly slow vehicles. Kindergarten up. Just lacking the indoor pool now. Meat got delivered. Very good. Yeah, let's run the 2 trucks for now. It's fine. Demand is just gonna keep going up anyway. Missing the end station on that vehicle. I added it to the vehicle, not the vehicle route. So we had 1 vehicle missing. Now both of them are on the correct route again. Yep, technical service is way less busy now. And the waste truck here is waiting for full loads. So, seems okay. Once we have technical services, distribution officers research, we can put that task of the single vehicle also into a distribution office if we don't want to use a vehicle route. But for now that will work. Once water and sewage are done, more houses, making sure waste handling is kept on top. Everything is in order. And then police, courthouse, prison. We kind of need like our own brick production to build a prison, I feel like. At least a large one. Could set up a small prison next to the heating plant, make sure it's maintained. I feel like food consumption is kind of low to what I'm used to. And there's our university. We could get on the research right away. I'm thinking either alcohol standards, vitamins, or weatherproofing education was really good, but now the heating seems to be much better, so I'm not sure anymore. This one allowed you to have like people up to 13 degrees in buildings without any ill effect. For us it could be pollution. I think alcohol standards, because like very high alcohol addiction is what we're going for. We could also go for increased birth rate, and once we have unlocked it once, it would be repeatable based on our low-tech rules. That actually sounds pretty good. As a first research, it might be a bit overkill, but I'm thinking of getting that fairly early. I really want distribution offices, but that requires a different building. Birth rate might help, yeah. Should we spend the first 2 researches in the medical university? Let's start setting up some extra structures for more highly educated people. Maybe not that way, but some way. This would be still in range of the kindergarten, thanks to gravel footpaths. Well, all the bulldozers are busy right now, digging pipes probably. Let's set up some housing. Okay, that one is out of range of water and sewage, but it would just be an extra tank. And electricity too. Same thing. Okay, you finish that building. Or help finish it, like send half of your workers over. Already has a road crane, needs like 70 more work days. Shouldn't be that difficult to complete it. I thought you would just click flatten it, but that only happens when it's red, not yellow. I did hook up the substation with the lowest wire. I don't know why I did that, but usually residential areas don't need that much electricity. And I think I'll continue doing that. Because I think it's gonna be fine. So yeah, I guess we'll build that. Up until the last house, which is not going to be built. Until we have the water and sewage in place. By that point we might already have more efficient water and sewage handling set up. I also need the technical service in this area, which will transport it inside our city. 2 trucks each should be fine. In the future we will have a sewage pipe set up, and then we could have 4 water trucks up to. But usually shortly after you get the sewage set up, if you have the money, water setup might be sensible for very large cities. Heating looks okay. We'll get the indoor pool. Need a waste storage over here. Yeah, consumption is low enough right now where we even have downtime where no truck is running. So it's still fine. Still able to keep up with the demand. We'll need a single truck bringing chemicals to the water purification plant. I'm not gonna handle that by distribution office, I don't think. We also need a vehicle repair station here soon. We're really running out of fabric, huh? Why is the food consumption so low? So strange. I think I gotta call it for today. I'm gonna continue this probably tomorrow. Or I might take a break in between, we will see. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to take a break. We are going to raid someone who raided us yesterday, which is going to be a different game. I don't see anyone else streaming the early start DLC in our language. I don't want to see that. Keep running our heating plant, please. Oh man. Yeah. And then we'll also consider a research at that point. We will be raiding Vossi Auto Tiger, who's streaming Assetto Corsa, which is a racing game. He raided us last time. They seem to be driving very old boxes. And maybe you're interested into that. So stick around if you are. If not, that is fine too. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Looks like we didn't have a second crash today, which was good. I hope you have a good rest to your weekend. Wish you all the best. Take care everyone. And maybe I'll see you next time.